Hello guys and welcome back to my video. So in this video we are going to be building a user authentication with nodejs and Flutter. So we'll be making sure that we'll be implementing that on Flutter. So make sure that you know how to implement RESTful API and how to store even tokens, JSON web tokens on your device using Flutter secure storage. So without wasting much of the time, let's create a new folder. Let's just call it nodejs server. Okay, so in this folder I'm just going to open my terminal on this folder. If you're using Windows, you can use command prompt. So I'm just going to type in npm init. So this will create a package, a JSON package for our project, right? So you can just skip all these other things. For the author, you can just put your name. Yeah, everything is okay. Then we can type. Okay, so let's go on and open the folder using our text editor. As for me, I'm using Visual Studio Code. Okay, so let's go to our projects. Okay, so this is the package, right? So let's open another window, or terminal window, because we need a few packages for us to work on this project, right? So what we need is we need Express, because we'll be using Express to create our server, right? Okay, we also need Mongoose. Okay, I made a typo. Okay, let's change this to Express. We also need nodemon. So nodemon is a library that allows us to make sure that when we make changes to our server, there's no need for us to actually restart our server. It restarts it on its own, right? The other one that we need is JSON web token. Okay, so now that we have our modules, as you can see, now we have node modules, right? So what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to create a few folders, right? So we need the models folder. We also need the controllers. So the controllers are the ones that they link the outer world with our server, right? And then we also need the middleware. We also need the middleware folder. Also, I made a typo. Let me just get rid of it. So let's just throw it. Okay, we have the middleware. I also have the routes folder. Okay, we also have the routes folder. Okay, like this. And then now what we need to do is let's create another file called server.js. So this is the default file for application, right? So what we just need to do is we need to create a constant variable express, which we are going to set to the express package that we just installed, right? And then we need to create another variable called app, which we are going to set to this variable express here. All right. Now what we need to do is we also need Mongoose. But since we are using MongoDB, Mongoose allows us to connect to MongoDB, right? And it also allows us to create schemas, MongoDB schemas, right? Like this. Now what we need, let's just use mongoose.connect. Okay, if we just mongoose.connect. So we are going to connect to the database process.env.db. So I'm just going to create this env file in a moment, right? And then what we need to do is to make sure that if there is an error, right, make sure that if it's a success, right, we just need to show on the console that we are connected to the DB, connected to DB, right? Else what we just need to do is we need to just catch that error, and then we'll just display it on console so that we know that why is it our app is not connecting to the DB, right, like this, right? All right, so now what we are going to do, we are now going to use app, which is express.json, like this. Since our server, we are going to be consuming our API, RESTful API in Flutter using the JSON format. So we need to make sure that we tell our server that we are using the JSON format, right? The other thing that we need to make sure that the URL encoded, we need to make sure that extended is set to true. Extended is set to true, like this. Okay. Right. So once we are done with this, we need to make sure that we listen to our server. So if we are going to be consuming this API on our Flutter, we need to make sure that we'll be listening to this server on a port, right? So this port, I'm just going to create it inside the env file, which we are going to do next, right? So we are going to make sure that if this port is occupied, right, then we are going to use the port 6000, right? Then after that, we just need to console log, and then just make sure that you use backticks, okay? App running on. We just need to display it on a console that our app is running on port process.env.port, like this. Okay, so that's it for listening to API. Now what we need to do, right, is we need to make sure that we create the .env file. So inside our .env file, right, we just need a few things. We need the port. So we need to set the port to 4000, right? And then what we need the DB. So for the DB, this one, what I'm just going to do here, I'm just going to pull out my browser. So just make sure that you create a MongoDB account. If you have not created a MongoDB account, there are a ton of videos that can help you create a MongoDB database. I'll put those videos in the link description. Okay. So what I'm just going to do here is okay. Let's go back. We need to make sure that shell JavaScript MongoDB. Okay. So since we are using VS Code, right, I'm just going to copy this. And then I'm just going to paste it inside. Command V. Okay, so let's paste it inside. We need the database username. Okay, the username. So let's go back again to our MongoDB, and then go to database access. So inside database access, so I think it's either it's advanced or database. I think it's database access, right? Okay. Okay, so let's edit it. The password. So let's edit the password, auto-generate password. So let's copy the auto-generated password here. And then what we just need to do here is we need to paste it here. And then for the username, let's go again. Let's check. I think this is the username. Let's copy it. And then let's paste it here. All right. Since we are done with this, what we need to do is let's go into our package.json. If you go into our package.json, like right inside our scripts, I want you to go inside scripts, right? So inside our scripts, what we need to do is we need to write start, and then we are going to use our nodemon package, which is going to be nodemon. We are telling nodemon to start server.js. So the server.js is this file that we have created here, right? So if I run npm start, I think says that mongoose error says that it must be a string, so I think there must be something going on here. Okay, so what I'm just going to do is let me just copy this db URL here, and then let me just paste it there. So let's try to save it, and let's try to see if our server is going to restart. So npm start. Says that mongodb.connect, it must be a string. So let's check what happened. What did I do wrong? So db is equals to mongoose, mongodb. Everything is correct. What I think is wrong is the password. So let's go to okay, let's auto generate this password, and let's copy it. And then once you're done, make sure that you update the user, because if you don't update the user, we're going to be getting some errors, right? So now here, this is the password. Let's just remove it, and then let's paste this one. Okay, and then let's save it. npm start. Up running on port undefined. Okay, I know what's going on here. It's saying that the port is undefined, right? So let's go back and check why it's saying that the port is undefined. So I say up.listen process.env.port. If that port is not available, then we are going to use 6000 console.log. I think everything here is saying that make sure you have the mongoose.connect. Yes, mongoose.connect process.environment.db, then console.log error. Okay, so let's just check. Let me check this out on Stack Overflow and see what's causing this error. Okay. I think I know what's going on here. So we are using .env, but we didn't install the package. Npm install .env, and then like this. Okay, so we need this package. If you don't use .env, this is supposed to require .env, because if you don't configure, if you don't use this package, we are going to get an error. Yeah, so let's just make sure that it's configured right. Then let's npm start like this. Okay, npm start server. Mongoose is saying that better authentication. I think it's because of the password issue. So let's go back and then let's check database access. Okay, database. Let's try to connect. Let's copy this. Let's go back and then let's change that. I think the username is Isheunesu. That's my name. And then the password, that's what we need right now. So if you go back to database access, you go back to Isheunesu here. And then what we need is the password, edit password. Let's auto generate it and let's copy it, and then let's make sure that we update the user, and then let's make sure that we just put it here. Okay, all right, so let's try to save. Okay, now you can see now it's saying that connected to DB. So there is one thing that I'm not understanding inside scripts. So inside scripts, make sure that it's start nodemon server.js like this. Okay. So now what we need to create a model. Right. So in the model, we need to create a model. So let's just call it user model.js. Okay, so to create Mongo schemas, what we need is we need a Mongoose. We need to import it. We need to import this Mongoose package, right? And then we need the user. Just going to name it user schema, right? It's going to new. It's going to be mongoose.schema. And then what do we need? With the username, which is going to be of type. Which is going to be type of string, and then required also is supposed to be true because we will require the username, and then yes, we need to be unique, so we just say unique is also true, right? The next thing that we need is the user's email. So it's going to be type of string again. Required equals to true. Yeah, required required, and it also needs to be unique. Unique is also equal to true, like this. So the next thing that we need is the user's password. The password is going to be type string, and then required is also equal to true. Okay. All right. So now we have worked. Now we have worked on the user schema. So what we need to do now is to make sure that we need to transform the default MongoDB IDs. Right? So I'm just going to use transform, and then we are going to have a function. That function is going to take a MongoDB document, right, and a return type, right, and then we are going to return the user ID, which we need to replace the one from MongoDB, which is _ID to a toString, like this, right? So after we replace it with our default, after we set it, the user ID to the one from MongoDB, what now we need to do is we no longer need to show it on our API, so we're just going to delete the _ID, and we also need to delete the _v. Okay. So once we are done with our schema, what we need to do is we just need to export it, because we'll need to use it. Module.exports, which is equal to mongoose.model, which is the schema is going to be user, and then we need to pass in the user schema like this. Okay, basically what we're doing here. So here we imported Mongoose, which allows us to create schemas. Schemas are more of like tables in MongoDB. The only difference is that MongoDB uses collections and documents. So we create a user schema, which we are going to set it to Mongoose schema, and then we create the username. So this username is going to be of type string. It's going to be required, which is set to true, and also it's going to be unique. The same thing that we did for the email, and then for the password we set it to type of string, and then required to true. And then since this data from MongoDB, it has default IDs, right? So what we are doing, we are creating a function called transform. This function is going to take a document, a MongoDB document, and then the return function, and then we are going to make sure that we are going to set the user ID, our new variable user ID, to the _ID from the default, which is the default MongoDB ID. So once we set it to user ID, what we are just going to do is we are just going to delete it here, and then we are also going to delete the double underscore v, right? So now that we are done with this, we need to go inside our controller, right? So inside our controller, what I'm just going to do here is I'm just going to create the Auth Controller .js, and then I'm just going to create user controller .js. But before we continue with that, one thing that we need to take care of is the middleware, right? Because we are going to be working with JSON web token, right? So we are just going to create a middleware to verify tokens. So I'm just going to say verify token.js like this. Okay. So once I create this file, what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to create a variable called JWT, which is just an abbreviation for JSON web token. So I'm just going to import that library that we installed, which is JSON auth token, like this, right? So now that I'm just going to create a variable called authenticate token, which we are going to use to authenticate the token, right? It's going to take in the request, the response, and the next, which is we use to pass him to move to the next middleware. Okay. Right. So here, what I'm just going to do is to get this token, we are going to get it from the auth header. So let me show you guys. So if I run my postman here, let me show you my postman. Okay, this is postman. We use postman for testing, for making for testing endpoints and APIs, right? As you can see, I have it in the authorization here, which is the it's coming from the authorization header. As you can see here, we'll write it. It will come as bearer, and then the next variable here, which is this is our token, right? It will be written like in Flutter. It will be written bearer, and then this token comes in, right? So what we need to do to extract it, right? I'm just going to say auth header is equal to request dot headers, because we are going to get it from the authorization. So we are going to get it from the authorization, right? So what I'm just going to say, if we have the auth header, right? If we have the auth header, what I'm just going to do is I'm going to say the token is equals to auth header, because it's coming from the authorization. It's coming from the authorization header, right? It's equals to auth header. It's equals to auth header and also auth header dot split. So we are just going to split it, because we're going to be using a space, because I talked about the bearer token, and then we'll be writing bearer, and then it comes after the token, which I'll show you when we implement it in Flutter, right? So what we are going to do is use JWT, which is going to verify if our token is valid or not. So token, and then what we need is a process env dot JWT secret. Okay, so this JWT secret, we just need to pass it inside our env, right? So what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to copy the variables that I created in my other project, right? So I'm just going to paste them here. So this is the secret key, and then this is the JWT secret, right? So that's the one we are accessing here, JWT secret. Okay. So once we get the JWT secret, right? What to get the JWT secret, what we need to do is we need to create an async function with the error and then the user, right? And then what we are going to do is we are just going to, if there is an error somehow, if there is an error, we need to show response.status 403, which the 403 just stands for invalid token, and then JSON, and then status, we're just going to set it to false, and then the message is going to be invalid token. Okay, so that we are done with the error, what we need to do is for the next one, we need to set the request. We need to set the request .user to the user variable, right? And then next, so this next is just going to exit this middleware and then move to the next middleware, right? So this was an if statement, right? So we created this if statement, right? That if we have an auth header, if somehow we don't have this auth header, that means that we don't have the token, right? What we need to do, if we don't have the token, we need to display status code 401, which is you are not authorized, right? So the status is going to be false, and then the message, okay, we need to just put them inside curly brackets, right? Status false, and then the message is going to be you are not authenticated, like this. Okay, so now that we are done with the verify token, now that we are done with the authenticate token, right? Now we need to use it to verify our token, right? So I'm just going to create another function called verify token, like this. So it's going to take in a request, a response, then the next function. Okay, so we are going to set again the auth header to the request dot headers dot authorization like this, right? So if we have the auth header like this, if we have the auth header, we're just going to create a token which is going to be auth header dot split. Auth header dot split, and then after we split it, we're just going to get the first variable, which is going to be our token, right? And then we are going to say jwt dot this is one in the same thing, right? So we have already done it at the top here. So what are we doing here? We are creating this variable to authenticate the token, right? Which takes in the request, response, and then the next function. So what are we doing here? Creating this variable auth header, which is going to store the authorization from our API, right? This authorization, right, which we are going to access from the headers. So if this auth header is, if it's present, or if we have it, we are going to get a token which we are going to set to the auth header, or which we are going to set to the auth header dot split, and then we are going to use this first variable, right? And then after that, we are going to verify that token using the JWT, right? To verify that token, we need the token, and then we need the JWT secret, right? If we have an error, then we are going to show status code 403, which is going to be invalid token. And then after that, we are just going to set the request.user to our user from our MongoDB, and then we are going to move to the next part, right? If else somehow, that means that we don't have this authorization header here, then we are just going to show the user that he is not authenticated, right? So that was it for the middleware, right? So now the next thing that I'm just going to do is we need to just make sure that we export this function, right? So module.exports is equal to verify token, which we are going to use. what's the name of this? Okay, it's supposed to be with the authenticate token, right? So now that we are done with middleware, now we are going to move into inside our Auth Controller, right? So what I'm just going to do is I need to set the user which we are from Mongo, which we are going to get from our models to models/user that we created, right? So now we also need JSON Web Token, JWT, which I'm just going to set to require JSON Web Token. Okay, JSON Web Token. If we go here, I think it must be this one, JSON Web Token. Yeah. Okay. Need to be inside. And then another library that I forgot to install. We need bcrypt. But since we are going to be dealing with passwords, we need to encrypt passwords. So we need to install bcrypt. That's the package that we use for. That's the library that we use for encrypting passwords, right? Because you don't want to send a raw password to MongoDB. You don't want that password to be accessed by anyone, right? So that we might be able to protect the user's data. So I'm just going to type bcrypt, which is equal to bcrypt, right? So now we are just going to create a bunch of functions, module.exports, which is equal to we need the one to create the function to create the user, which is an async function, which is going to take a request and a response, right, like this. So we need to use email regex. So the email regex, make sure that the user is going to type in a valid email, right? So this is the email regex. Okay, this is supposed to be a kill arrow like this, email regex. You can just copy it inside the repository, right? So now we're just going to check if the email does not match email regex dot test the request dot body dot email, which is the email that is going to come from our user, right? So what we just need to do is we need to show a status code a response.status code 400. The status is going to be false, and then the message is going to be email is not valid. It's going to be the email is not valid. And then after that, the next thing that we need to do, is we need to set the minimum password to 8. So, and then we are going to say if request dot body dot password, if request dot body dot password is less than the minimum password length. So what we just need to do is so let's just copy this status code here, response to status code. Let's just paste it here, 400. And then let's make sure that password should be at least, and then plus the minimum password, and then we need to just say plus characters long. Okay, like this. So once the password is long, another thing that we need to do is we need to create a try-catch block. Right, inside our try-catch block, we need to create a variable called email exist. Which is going to be, which we are going to await the user.find one, with we just need to find one, which is going to be email, because we need to find the user by the email inside our MongoDB schema, which is request.body.email, like this, right? So once we have that variable, we need to check if that email exists. If that email exists, what we need to do is we need to return to make sure that, because this user is trying to create an account, so we need to tell the user that the email already exists. Right. So the status goes to false, and then message already exists. Okay, like this. And then what we need to do now is we need to create a variable called encrypted password. Encrypted password, which is await decrypt.hash, because we are going to be making sure that we are changing this password into a meaningless phrases, right? Request body dot password, and then we need to provide the number, right? So it's going to be 10. And then after that, what we need to do is we need to create a new user, which is go to user, which is coming from our model, right? The username will be equal to request.body.username, and then the email will be request.body.email, and then the password we must not set it to request.body.password, because if we set it to request.body.password, it's going to set the password that the user typed. So we need to use this encrypted password, right? So that it will be, after that, what we just need to do is we just need to await, and then we just need to save this new user. We just need to save this new user to save, like this, right? So now that we have saved it, we now know that it's successful. So we are just going to show the status code, response to status code 201, and then we're going to change it to JSON, right? And then we just make sure the status is equal to true, and then we just make sure that the message we're just going to say new user created successfully, like this. Okay, right. So now that we are done, if you still remember, we created a try catch block. So we just make sure that we need to catch this error. So if somehow we have an error, what we just need to do is we need to make sure that we show a response.status, which is going to be 500. So 500 status code just means that we have a server error, right? And then status, and then it's going to be false, and then the message is going to be error dot message. All right. So now we are done with this. Now we're done with this function, right? So somehow I'm getting an error. Okay, it's supposed to be message like this, error.message, right? And then we need to create another function also. So this function is going to be login user. It's going to be an async function. It's going to take in a request and a response, and then it's going to we need to put a semicolon here. All right. So what do we need? We need so we also need an email regex. So let me just copy this condition here. And let me just come back and copy it here. So we have this email regex. So if this email regex, you can just search it on the internet, you'll get it. So if it's not email.regex, we are just going to show status code 400 that the user that the email is not valid. So you should always protect the user, because sometimes these users, they type in variables that are incomplete. So you just make sure it's your job as a developer to make sure that we protect the users from themselves. And then the other thing that we need to do is we need to set in the minimum password to 8. So if that minimum password is less than 8, that means that we'll tell the user that your password must be 8 characters long. And then what we need to do now is we need to use a try. We need a try catch block. Okay. The try catch block, and then we need to set the user, which is going to await user dot find one. So we're just going to find one user, and then we are just going to make sure that we find them by their email. But since, why are we using email? If you remember when we created if we indicated this user schema, we made sure that the email is unique. So that's why we are finding them by their email, because every user is going to have a unique email. So I hope it makes sense. Right. After that, what we need to make sure that if it's not user, that means that the user doesn't exist. What we are just going to do is we are just going to return a response.status 400, and then .json, and then status is goes to false. And then what we need to do is we need to make sure we tell the user a message that user is not found, right? Like this, that the user is not found, right? And then below this, what we need to do is make sure that if it's the user, right, if this the user, and then end, that's another condition, await bcrypt.compare. So bcrypt, what it does is going to compare our request.body.password. That is the password that the user entered, and the user that .password, that is the user that we use, that is the user password that is stored in our MongoDB, right? If all those things match, what we just need to do is we need to create a user token variable, a user token, which we are going to be, so let's go at the top there, and let's create a variable for JSON web token, JWT. We already have it, so let's come back here. So what we are going to say is JWT.sign. Okay, it's supposed to be an equal sign, JWT.sign. So we're just going to sign the ID, which is going to be user dot underscore ID for MongoDB, and then we have the email, which is going to be user dot email. Right. So once we do that, what we need to do is after that is to make sure that process.env.jwt secret, if you don't know this variable that we created, jwt secret, and then we need to make sure that we pass in expires in, let's say 30 days. We want the token to expire after 30 days, right? But if something like a bank, if it's like a banking application, you just make sure that it's expired, let's say after 1 minute or some seconds, because we need this token to change. So, and then we are just going to pass in the password, because we don't want to show the password right to the user, so that's why it's equals to user dot doc, right? And then after that, what we need to do is response.status 201, and then we'll make sure that it's a JSON format, right? Then we pass in others, excluding the password, and then we pass in the user token. Yeah, so we are going to just show everything else except the user token, right? And then since we use the catch block, we need to make sure that we catch the error. So let me just copy this, and then let me just paste it here. Let's change the status code to 500, and then here what we need to do is we need to pass in the status. We need to pass in the status to false, and then the message to error dot message. Alright, so now once we are done with this, we are done with the user authentication. We need to move on to the user model, right? But what were we doing here? So here we created two functions, right? We created the create user function that we are going to use for the user to just create a new account. And we created this email regex that is going to verify if the email is valid. If it's not valid, we are just going to show the user that your email is not valid. And then we created this variable for the minimum password. If the request.body.password, that is the password that the user enters is not equal to the minimum number, then we are just going to make sure we tell them that they need to make sure that their password meets the minimum number. And then we use a try catch block, right? And then we use the email exist function. So this email exist function is going to find the email from our MongoDB, right? Since each user has a unique email, that's why we are using the email. So if that email already exists, right, that means that account has already been created. We just tell the user that the email already exists. That means the account already exists, right? And then in this variable, what we are going to use a library called bcrypt to make sure that we encrypt the password, right? The password that the user enters, right? And then now we are creating a new user that we need to save to our MongoDB. And then we set the username to the request.body.username. That is the username that the user enters. And then we set the email to the request.body.email. That is the email that the user entered. And then we set the password to the encrypted password. That is the password here. Don't make the mistake of setting this password to request.body.password, because that password will not be encrypted, right? After that, what we do, then we save this new user, right? After we save this user, if it's successful, then we just need to tell the user that they've created a new account, right? If it's not, we just need to show them the error. We've done the same thing with the login user, right? We use the regex to make sure that the email is valid. If it's not valid, we tell the user, and then use it also for the minimum password, right? And then we also find this user. We use to find this user, we just make sure that we find them by their email, which is unique, right? If it's not the user, that means that the email that the user types does not match the email in our MongoDB schema, or if it doesn't exist, then we'll just tell them that this user is not found, right? And then if that user exists, right, and if their password is equal to the password that is in our database, because we're going to use the bcrypt to compare the password, right? If that exists, then we are going to create this JWT token, and then we are going to sign it, right? We are going to sign it using the JWT.sign. We set the ID to the user ID, and then the email to the email, right? And then we set the secret key to the secret key in our .env, right? So once we do that, we then set the password and then the other variables in our user schema to the user._doc, and then we just return this response with status code 201 with the other variables excluding the password, because you don't want to return password as a response, because if you return a password as a response, that means that any hacker will just use those passwords, and it can also lead to the user's leakage. If there's an error, then we are just going to show the error. So after this, now we are just going to move on to the user model, and then we just make sure that we create the user controller, right? Okay guys, so now we need to move on to our user controller, right? So what we just need to do is we need to make sure that we initialize the user model that we created. So it's going to be require models/user model, right? So what I'm just going to do, I'm just going to create functions that we are going to export, right? So this function is going to be get user. So this function is going to get a user from the database, right? Specific user from the database, right? So it's we need the request and the response, right? So let's just create this arrow function, and then let's create a try catch block. So let's create this variable ID, which is going to be request dot params dot ID, right? Because this ID is going to come from the parameters, right? And then let's create this user. which is going to be await user dot we need to find this user by the ID, right? And then we need to set that to the ID, right? And then we need to create another variable which is password, and then double underscore v, and then we also need created at, and then we also need these dots user data, right? Which is going to be user dot underscore document, right? So what we are just going to do is we just need to show this response dot status with the information that we got from the database, right? Status 200, and then .json, right? And then we are just going to show this user data. So what we did here, we created 3 variables. We have the password, the double underscore v, and then created it, and then we have the user data, which we are going to set these variables to the values that are in our user schema. As you can see, we have the username, password, email, password, right? We also have this double underscore ID, right? And then this user data is the one that we are going to show. These other variables, the created double underscore v, and then the password, you don't need to show them, because if you're getting the user information, you don't need to expose the password, because if you expose the password, that means that you might end up exposing sensitive user data to attackers that may use it, right? So it's best practice that you don't really return the password. So if there's an error, we're going to just show response status cost 500, and then we're just going to show a JSON, and then make sure that the status is false, and then we make sure that the message is going to be error dot message, like this. Okay. Await constant users goes to user.await. So this function is supposed to be an async function. I made a mistake here. It's supposed to be an asynchronous function, like this. That's why it was giving me an error when I used await, right? So the other method that we need to create is update user. So async function, right, with a request and then the response. Okay, so we need to make sure that we use a try catch block, and then we need to set the ID to request.parameters.id, request.params.id, like this. Okay, and then we need to make sure that set the user is close to await user dot find. We need to find by ID, and then we need to update the data, right? Then we pass in the ID. And then the next thing that we need to do is like we did previously, we need to set this variable, the password double underscore v, and then created it, and then the user data, which is we are going to set to user dot underscore doc, like this. Okay, so once we do that, I think what we can just do here is we need to just copy this, and then let me paste that here. And then I think here what we can just do is there was no need to show the user data. What we can just do is status is equals to true, and then the message we are going to say that use updated successfully. Okay, like this. All right, so if we have an error, we just need to catch that error. So let's catch that error. So we are going to return a response to the response to status code. Let me copy this. Let me change this to 500, and then here the status is going to be false, and then the message is going to be error dot message, like this. Okay, so we are done with updating the user. The next thing that we need to do is we need to delete the user. Right, and then it's going to be async request and then a response, like this. Right, we're going to use a try-catch block, and then the ID is going to be request.parameters params.id, like this. And then we're just going to await user.find by ID, and then delete it, and then we're just going to pass in the ID. So if that user, we found that user, and then we can just return status code 200, and then we just need to pass in status, which is going to be true, and then the message is going to be user deleted successfully, like this. Okay, so after we are done with that, what we need to do is we need to catch the error, right? Error, like this. Then let me just paste it 500, and then the message is going to be error.message. Okay, now that we are done with the user controller, right? Now we can move on to the routes, right? So for the routes, what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to create an auth route, auth route.js. So we need router, which is going to be, which you are going to get from Express. Since we are using the Express package to Express library to create our server, right? So, and then we need to set that router is equal to require Express, and then we need the Auth Controller. Which is going to be require controllers, and then Auth Controller, right, like this. So once we're done with this, we're going to say router.post. Since this is going to be a post method, right, then we're going to say register user, and then Auth Controller dot create user, right? And then just going to say router dot post also. Which is going to be login user, right? Login user, and then it's going to be Auth Controller dot login user, right? Like this. And then we're just going to say module dot exports. This goes to router, like this, right? So we need to do the same thing for the user route, right? So we need to do the same thing for the user route. So what I'm just going to do is I'm basically going to copy this, and then I'm just going to create another file called userroute.js, like this. And then here I'm just going to use user controller, right? We're going to set it to user controller, right? And then the other thing that we need is constant authenticate token. If you still remember this variable that we created, right? Authenticate token, we just go to require, and then we need to middleware, and then after middleware what we need is a verify token, like this. Okay, so here I'm just going to pass in ID, and then let's go to our middleware, and then let's make sure that authenticate token, let's make sure that it's the exact spelling, otherwise we're just going to get an error, right? So let me just paste it here. All right, so I'm going to say router to get, was we want to get, let's say, the user ID, the user information, right? So it's going to be slash and then ID, and then the reason why we created JSON web token, right, is because we don't want anyone to just access these routes. We want anyone who is logged into their account to access these routes, right? And then that's going to be get user, this. And then for the one for updating user, it's going to be router.put, right? So put method is used if you want to update the data, and then we pass in the ID, right? And then we need to authenticate the token, and then user controller dot update user, right? If we want to update the user, and then to delete the user, I'm going to say router dot delete, right? And then we pass in the ID, and then it's going to be authenticate token, and then user controller dot delete user, like this, right? So that we are done now with Auth Controller and the route controller and the user route, right? So what we need to do now is we need to go into our server.js, right? So inside our server.js, what we need to do is we need to initialize our Auth Route. Our Auth Route is going to require routes slash Auth Route, and then the user route, which is going to require routes slash user route, right? Now below this middleware, what we need to do is we need to create another middleware, which is going to be app.use_API/users, and then user route like this, and then we need to do the same, use and then slash API slash, and then it's going to be Auth Route like this. Okay, perfect. So now that everything is running on port 4000, now the next thing that we need to do is we need to test our API, right, using Postman. So if I open Postman, right, and then I go to body, right, and then if I put in my email and then the data inside my email, right, and then if I try to send it to port 4000, it should give us the data. So let's see what might be the problem. Yeah, it's slash API slash, and then let's go to user controller. Let's go to user route, Auth Route. It's login user with okay, it's login user. So let's go and change that to caps lock I, login user. If we go back to our, and then let's try to send it. So somehow still getting it here. Supposed to be login user. Okay. Slash API login user. So let's see. It's supposed to be a post request. Let's see on which port is running. It's running on port 4000. So why is it not working? That's the question. Why is it not working? Here, everything here is correct. So let's cancel. And then register user. So let's try register user. So let's just remove this, and then let's try. It says that an email already exists. So it's because I've created before I'd created some, which is okay. It's just showness 1000, right? Says duplicate key, duplicate username. Okay, this was because the username already exists. So let's try this one. Yeah, you can see that user has been created successfully. So now the only problem that we're facing is our login user, which I don't know why it's not working. Let's try. Okay, I think it's because the password is wrong. So let's try. Now you can see, now we're getting this data. We're getting the ID, the username, the email. Okay, okay, the verification. So these are the other details that I used previously. So let's use the email that we created recently, which is this ms1000, okay, at gmail.com. Let's use this one. Yeah, you can see now we have the username, email, and then we have the user token, right? So let's try to like create a get request, right? So I'll just copy this here, and then I'll put it here, and then API slash users, and then I'll try where is it? Yeah, so let's copy this user ID here. Copy this user ID and let's paste it here. Okay, like this, right? So here it's supposed to be 4,000. Okay. So you can see, because not just because we are not authenticated, so it's telling us that we are not authenticated, right? So if I go here and then if I copy this token, let's copy this token, right? Let me go copy this token, and then you go to authorization. If I still remember, I talked about this authorization. We're going to be using the Bearer token, right? So I'm just going to paste it inside this Bearer token. If I send this data now, it must come back with okay, now this user ID is not valid, right? Because there was so if I try to send it with the Bearer token, it should come back with so API users. So let's go back and check what's going on here. Params. Let me cancel this. And let's try. Here the authorization Bearer token like this. Okay. So let's go to the user route. It's a get request, get user. This middleware is working. So there might be a problem with the user controller. I think there might be a problem with the user controller if we're trying to get the user. Let's see. So we're finding this user by ID, right? Then okay, I think what we need to do is headers, and then authorization. I think the authorization here is going to be a Bearer. Authorization is going to be Bearer, and then I think we may pass in this. We may pass in this token. Yeah. So let me cancel it, and then let me try to send the request again. So I think there might be an error with the token. So let me just check it out, and then I'll tell you guys what was causing this problem. Okay guys, so I figured out what was causing the error in our API. So if we go to Postman, right, let's go to Postman testing. We're trying to test this endpoint. If you still remember, this endpoint, we have secured it using the authenticate token, right? So that no one who is not authenticated is able to access it, right? So if we go back to our Postman, let's go to our Postman, and then let's try to send the request. You can see that the request is still running, and then it's not giving us an error or something. All right, the reason being was that if we go into a middleware, right? Let's go into a middleware in the verify token, right? If we scroll to the verify JWT here, you can see that we made a typo here. We put a closing bracket, which was not supposed to be there, right? So this closing bracket is supposed to be here, right? So I made a typo. It's supposed to be here, right? So if we go back now to our Postman, and let's try to test our endpoint, right? If I try to test our endpoint now, you can see now that we are getting the data, because now what we are secure, we are secured. As you can see, this is the authorization, the bearer, and then the token. So let me just try to remove the authorization also from the authorization header, and then you can see it's telling us that you are not authenticated. But if we use basic auth, if we use the bearer token, which is our token that we put, you can see that now we are getting this. So that is it, guys, of building nodejs. So in the next video, we'll be implementing this API into our Flutter and making sure that we display information to the user. Thanks for watching, guys. Cheers. Hello guys, and welcome back to my video. So in this video, we're going to be completing our Flutter Node.js user authentication application. So without wasting much of their time, let's dive into the project and let's make things happen. So just make sure you go to your folder where you create like your Flutter projects, and then just make sure you create a new Flutter project. Okay, so after you do that, just make sure that you open the project with your favorite text editor, right? So I'm going to be using Visual Studio Code. So yeah, so let's get started. Okay. Okay, so the first thing that we need to do is we need to make sure that we install a couple of packages, right? Because we are going to be using a couple of packages. So I'm just going to copy them, and then I'm just going to paste them into a Flutter pubsec.yaml file, right? So inside the pubsec.yaml file, just make sure that under the Cupertino icons, just make sure that you paste these packages, right? We have the HTTP package that we are going to use to make requests to API. We have the JSON annotation, and then we have the Freest package that we are going to use to create our model classes. We also have the fpdat, and then we have the Flutter secure storage. So you need, if you remember the last time when we created our API or Node.js API, if you remember from the previous video, if you have not watched that video, please make sure that you go back. I've put the link in the description below. So from that video, you can see that we created this. When a user signs into application, right, we get this user token, right? So we need to secure this user token. We need to make sure that when you store it in our device, we need to make sure that it's secure, right? So that's why we use the Flutter secure storage. And then there are other couple of packages that we need. We also need these packages. I'm just going to copy them, and then I'm just going to paste them. I'm just going to paste them below this Flutter links package, right? So we have these packages. We have the build runner, we have the JSON serializable, and then we have the Flutter Riverpod. We also have Flutter Riverpod, because we are going to be using the Riverpod as our state management package. So just remove it and then make sure that it's under the Flutter secure storage package, right? So without wasting much of that time, let's go into our lib folder, right? So inside our lib folder, we need to make sure that we create a couple of folders. We need the config folder. We need the config folder. We also need the repository folder. We also need the repository folder. We also need the models folder, because we are going to have a model, and then we also need our controllers folder, right? We also need our controllers folder, and then we also need the other folder that we need. We need the providers folder. right? So, and then we need the utils folder for utilities, utils, and then we also need a views folder for screens, right? Okay, so inside our config folder, what we need here, we need to create a file called appconfig.dat. So this file is going to contain our configurations for making requests to our API. So I'm just going to call it appconfig like this, appconfig, right, like this. So we are going to have Android base URL. So you need to know that when we're working with Postman, right? If I go back to Postman here, you can see that our address is usually localhost 4000. But when you are working with emulators, be it iOS simulator and Android emulators, this doesn't work, right? So we need to replace this with for Android, we need to replace this with 10.0.2.2 like this, right? So this is for Android, right? So it's supposed to be a constant because it's not going to change. So it's static constant. And then for iOS, I'm just going to call it static constant base URL like this. So for iOS, it's 127.0.0.0.0.1 and then semicolon 4000 like this. Okay, so and then we have a couple of routes that we are going to work with. We have the register URL. So this is going to be /API /register user like this. And then the same goes for the login URL. So I'm just going to copy this and then I'm just going to paste it below. And then I'm going to change this to register URL, and then I'm going to change it to from register user to login user, right? This is supposed to be login URL like this. Okay, so now the next step is let's move into our repository, right? So inside our repository, I'm going to create a new file called the local repository. Local repository.dat. So it's a class local repository. So this local repository is going to be responsible for storing our user ID and also the user token, right, inside our device. So what we need is we need Flutter secure storage package, right? Flutter secure storage package, and then we also we need to call it. It's supposed to be local auth repository like this. Okay, let's just name it local repository. So now let's create a constructor for a class. So local repository, and then we need the required Flutter secure storage. Flutter secure storage. And then what we need to do is we need to set underscore Flutter secure storage to Flutter secure storage, like this, right? So once we're done with this, the next thing that we need to do, we need to create a method called is that's going to check if our user is logged in, right? It's going to be a future of type string, which can be nullable, and then I'm going to name it is logged in. And it's also an async method, right? So what we are going to do is going to return await Flutter secure storage dot read. So the way that Flutter secure storage stores data is it stores data into key value pairs. If you are familiar with maps, it also works in a similar way. It stores in key value pairs. So we use a key to retrieve like the data. So in our case, the key is going to be user token, right? So what this method is just simply doing is to make sure that if the user is logged in, right, make sure that if the user is logged in, then we can retrieve the user token that the user got when they logged into our API, right? And then the next method is to store the token. So what we want to do is, if you still remember from our Postman, right? If I go back to Postman, right? If you still remember from our body, right? We have this email and then we have the password, right? So if the user logs in, we get this user token. So what we want to do is we make sure that when the user logs in, we need to store this token so that we can use it in the future to make sure that the user can access certain types of routes in our application, right? So we are just going to store a token which is of type of string, right? Access token, which is an async. It's an async function, right? And then what we are going to do is we are just going to await Flutter secure storage, right, dot write. So what this write does is we are just going to store this token. We are just going to store this token inside our what? Inside our Flutter secure storage, and then the value of the token is going to be access token. So that's the value. So what's happening here is we have this key, and then we have this value, which is the access token. And if you remember from our previous method, we just use this key to retrieve this user token, right? All right. So the other thing is we also need to store the user ID, right? So if I go back to our Postman, you can see that we do not only get the access token, right? We do not only get the user token, but we also get the ID, which is the user ID. So we want to make sure that we store that ID inside our Flutter secure storage, right? Store user ID, which is going to also be a string of type user ID. It's an async function, and then we're going to just await Flutter secure storage, right, dot write. We are going to write user ID, and then the value is going to be user ID. Okay. Now, what we need to do is we also create another method for also reading that user ID, right? It's going to be a string. It's going to be also, it can be nullable. Read user ID, which we are going to use to read our user ID from the Flutter secure storage, right? So this Flutter secure storage packet, it stores these values locally inside the device, but these values will also be encrypted, right? And then we are going to use the read, and then we are going to use the key, which is user ID, right? And then we are going to convert that to a string, right? Like this. And then the other thing is we need to create another function to log out the user, right? This function is going to be logout. It takes in a build context. And then async. It's going to be an async function. So what we need to do is we need to make sure that when the user logs out from our application, we need to make sure that we delete both the user ID and the user token, right? And then we're going to use navigator dot push named, which the route is going to be sign in screen. I'll create these routes later on. Sign in screen like this. Okay, so now we are done with the local repository. So what are we doing in the local repository class? What we are doing in the local repository class is we're initializing the Flutter secure storage packet, and then we make sure that we set this Flutter secure storage object to our constructor. Make sure that we attach it to the constructor, and then we create this method for retrieving the user token, which is called is logged in. And then we use the user token key to retrieve the user token that is stored locally in our device, right? And then the next method that we created is the store token. That's going to store our token inside our device locally, right? And then the key is going to be the user token, and then the value is going to be the access token, right? And then also do the same thing for storing the user ID and also for reading the user ID, right? So once we are done with these methods, the next thing that we need to do is we need to create the Auth repository, right? So the Auth repository is going to be involved for making sure that it's going to sign in our user or register our user in our API. So it's going to be Auth repository dot that, like this. So let's create the class Auth repository. So what this class needs is it's going to take in final http dot client from our HTTP package. We're going to set it to _client, right? And then let's just take this import here, as you can see, from the Flutter package HTTP package as HTTP. And then the next thing is we also need the local repository underscore local repository, like this, right? So we make sure that we create a constructor for the local repository. Constructor for our local repository, like this. And then we need to make sure that we attach the HTTP, the client object, to the one in our constructor, the same with the local repository, right? So required http.client and then we also need the local repository, which is local repository, like this. Okay, and then we make sure that we set the client to the client, and then the local repository to the local repository, like this, right? So now that we are done, the next thing that we need to do is we need to create the method for logging our user, right? So it's going to be future, and then that future is going to be we are going to have type either, the type either, and then we are going to have two states. We are going to have a state whereby if the app if there is any failure, we are just going to show that failure to the user, the reason why the connection to the API fails. And then if it's successful, we are going to return the user model. So that's what happens with the either. The either, it takes in left or right. As you can see, it's a suit class that takes in left or right. So we usually use the left side to represent failure, and then the right side to represent if there's any success in the connection to our API. As you know, connection to the API, there are either two states. It's either there is a failure or there is a success. So I hope that makes it clear. So what we need to do is we need to create this app failure, this class, the app failure class, right? So if you go inside, we need to create this app failure class. Let's go inside our utils. It's going to be app failure.dat. So I'm just going to paste in the class. This is the class which is going to represent the message that we are getting from the failure. And then we have a constructor, and then we will simply convert this message that we got as a failure to string, right? Something like this, okay? So now let's import app failure here. Let's import it, and then the user model. Let's go inside our models, class, and then let's create the user model, right? So let's create a user model.dat, like this. So with the user model, what we need to do is we need to create an abstract class user model with underscore $sign user model, like this. Okay, so we also need to make sure that we create a constructor, factory user model, and then inside the constructor we have a string which is going to be ID. We also have a string username. We also have the first name. Also have last name. And then we also have user token. Okay, which is equal to underscore user model. So we need to make sure that we annotate this with at first, and then we also need to make sure that we use this part user model dot first dot dat, and we also need to make sure that we have part user model dot g dot dat. So this is going to generate for us the user model classes, right? So, okay, so I forgot, we should import the first package, right? We should import the first annotation package, because if we don't, it won't work. So let's import it there. Let's just put the import statement, and then let's try to regenerate it again. So here it's supposed to be user model. Okay, and then I forgot, we need also another method, factory user model. User model from JSON. It's going to take in map string dynamic, and then it's going to return a JSON, and then we need underscore $, user model. User model from JSON, and then we are going to just set it to JSON. And then let's also run the Flutter pub run build command to generate these classes. As you can see, now we have our user model classes. You can see now we have these two generated classes. Okay, so yeah, let's just close them, and then let's continue with the Auth repository. So here I'm just going to import this user model, right? So now what we need to do is we are going to create a method called login with email and password. Login with email and password is going to take in the email, and then it's going to also take in the password. And then it's going to be an async. It's going to be an async function, right? So what do we need here? We also need to create some headers, right? Map string, and then string like this. Request headers. We need to create request headers, which is equal to we are just going to set the accept to application. .json, and then we are also going to set the content type. We are going also to set the content type to application/JSON. Okay, so now we need to create the URL. So the URL is going to be URI .http. URI.http. So the URL is going to be appconfig.base URL, right? And then appconfig dot login URL, like this, right? And then we need also to get the response that we are going to get from the server, right? So the response, this response is going to be equal to await client dot post, and then to make a post request, what do we need? We need the URL to our API, right? Which is the one that we created above here. This with the base URL, and then the other URL to the login URL, right? And then what else do we need? We also need headers, right? So the headers are going to be equal to the request headers that we created here, right? Like this. And then what else do we need? We also need to get a body, right? So the body is going to be JSON.encode. Since we are sending this data as a post request, we need to encode it, right? So we need to set the email. The email, we are going to set it to email, right? And then we have the password that we are going to send to our API, which we are going to set also to the password, right? Like this. And then we need also to get the data, right? So the data from the server. So the data from the server, which we are going to say, the data that we are going to get from our server is going to be JSON.decode. So we are going to decode any responses that we are going to receive from our server, which is equal to response so here it's supposed to be response, right? Like this. So it's going to be response.body, like this. Okay. And then there are some couple of things that we need to do here. We need to make a try catch block. Since this is a network request, we need to make sure that we create a try catch block in case if there are any errors that we need to catch, right? So create a try catch block like this, right? So inside our try catch block, what we are going to do is we need to make sure that if the response that we are getting from server, if the response.status code that we are getting from server is equals to 200, or the response, or if our status code is equal to 201, that means that it's successful, right? Then we'll make sure that if it's successful, then what we'll do is we'll make sure that we'll use the local Auth Repository, and then we'll store the user ID. So this user ID that we are going to store we are going to get it from the data object. Remember that the data object that we created, this data object that we created is going to decode the the JSON that we are going to get if the user logged in. For example, let's say if like this, what this data object is going to do is it's going to retain all this data here. So that data is the one that we are going to use to store it inside our local repository, right? So we are going to store user ID, which is of type data, and then underscore ID. That's the user ID, right? Underscore ID, like this, right? So if we go inside our user repository to retrieve the user ID, we need to make sure that the key is underscore ID, like this, underscore ID, right? And then what else do we need to store inside our local repository? We need to make sure that inside our local repository also store the token, right? Which is, if we go inside our JSON response, this is the user token. This value is the one that we are supposed to store. So let's go back and then let's just create the user token like this, right? And then we are just going to return right. So if you still remember, I said that the either returns a left or right, and then I said the right is the one that we are going to use if there is a success. So from our method, you can see that the right, either we have left or right, and then the right, the success, that's the one that we want to return the user model. So if it's a success, what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to say user model dot from JSON, and then from JSON, what do we need to put? And then we just need to put in the data that we are getting from JSON. So what does this data contain? So this data is just going to contain all this information right here, right? Okay, so what about if we don't get this 200? So if we don't get the status code 200 or 201, what we are just going to do is we're just going to return left, right? And then we are just going to return up failure. And then up failure, the message is going to be data message, like this. For example, let's say let's go back to Postman. Let me just go back to Postman, right? So let me just make sure that I put a wrong password, right? Something like this. Or let me make sure that we put an email, wrong email, right? Like this. You can see user not found. So this if the status code, as you can see, we got a status code of 400. So if we get a status code of 400, what is just going to display inside our application? It's just going to show us that user is not found, right? And then on the catch method, if we catch an error, we also need to just return left. We also need to return up failure like this, and then e.toString like this, right? We need to place in e.toString like this, right? So that's it for our login method, and then the same goes on for our sign in with email and password, right? So with our sign in with email and password, I'm just going to copy this method, login with email and password. Let's just copy it, right? Let me just copy it and let me just paste it below like this. So now what we need to do here is we need to make sure that we change this to register with email and password. Register with email and password, and we need to make sure that we have the user ID, the username, because the username is also required when creating a new account. We have the username, right? And then the username, let's put it inside our JSON encode. Username, and then username, like this, right? And then if response.setUpCode is equals to 200, we don't need to store these tokens because we don't have the token. And then we'll just return this, right? This data. And then if there is an error, we are just going to display it as a message. So it's almost basically the same. The only difference is that on login, that's when we will store the user's token, right? So that's it with our Auth repository. So what we need to do now is we need to make sure that we create Auth repository provider. Final Auth repository provider is equal to provider, like this is equal to provider. And then let's make sure that we import Flutter Riverpod. So let's make sure that we import Flutter Riverpod provider. And then this provider is going to return Auth repository. But for Auth repository, we need the client, and we also need the local repository. So for the client, what we are going to do is, let's go inside our provider class, right? Our providers folder. Let's go inside our providers folder, and then let's create a file called providers.dat. So here, what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to create a final HTTP provider is equals to provider, like this. Then we have reference, and then the reference, we are just going to return http.client, like this. So let's make sure that we just bring the import statement for HTTP package, like this. Okay. So now if I go back, I'll just go here. I'll just say for the client, I'm just going to say reference.watch. So we need to make sure that we have a reference object here. Then reference.watch, and then we need to watch the HTTP provider, right? And then for the local repository, we also need to create a provider for the local repository. So this provider is going to be final local repository provider. This goes to provider. Then we need a reference which we are going to point out to local repository, like this. And then we also need Flutter secure storage. So let's go back inside our providers, and then let's create a provider for the final Flutter secure storage provider. Flutter secure storage provider is equals to provider. And then reference, and then let's set it to Flutter secure storage. Flutter secure storage like this. Okay, and then let's go back and then reference.watch Flutter secure storage provider, right? Okay, so let's just make sure that we import Flutter Riverpod like this. And then this is supposed to be Flutter secure storage provider like this. So there must be an error. Flutter secure storage provider is equals to Flutter secure storage. Okay. Okay, it's supposed to be, you must not set it direct. It's supposed to be reference.watch and then Flutter secure storage provider like this. And then if we go back here, we are supposed to watch the local repository provider, right? Like this. So that's it for the Auth repository. So in the next section, we need to move on to controllers, and we need to also move on to creating like the user interface for applications. Okay, so let's move on to the controllers folder, right? So inside the controllers folder, what we need to do is we need to create the Auth Controller file. So I'm going to create a class called Auth Controller. This class is going to extend async notify, right? This class is going to extend async notifier, and it's also going to take in user model as our state, right? So let's make sure that we import Flutter Riverpod, and also let's make sure that we import the user model. So the other thing that we need to do is we need to make sure that we initialize the Auth Repository. And also need to make sure that we initialize the local Auth Repository. Local repository, which is equal to local repository, right? So when we use the async notifier now, as compared to state notifier, if you used to watch my previous videos with the Riverpod, we used to use the state notifier, but with the async notifier now, we no longer need to create an Auth Controller constructor. What we need to do is we need to create a build function, right? So the first thing is we must make sure that we override it at first. And then we create the user model. And then we set the Auth repository equal to reference.watch Auth repository provider, right? And we also need to set the local Auth repository to local Auth repository provider like this, right? And then the next thing that we need to do is we just return null, right? And then, so let's just make sure we put an exclamation mark. So now what we need to do is we need to create a function of type future, and then of of type void because this function doesn't need to return anything. So this function, I'm just going to call it login with email and password. And then we need to check in the email. And then I also need to check in the password. And then a boot context. So let's make sure that we import the build context. All right, now that we are done, what we need to make sure is we create a variable user, and then we are going to set it to await. And then we must set it to Auth Repository .login user with email and password, like this. And then what we need to do is we need to make sure that we create another variable that we are just going to call val, and then we create a switch statement. This switch statement is going to take in the user variable, right, that we created. So if there's an error, which we talked about, we are going to display it with the left. So let's import fp.package, right? So the value, and then final L, and then we are going to set that to, we are going to just show a snack bar, show snack bar. Okay. So let's go into our utils folder, right? Inside our utils folder, let's create a snack bar .dat. So I'm just going to paste it in this this method. It's a method for displaying a snack bar. Text in a build context and the text, and then we are going to use scaffold messenger, and then it's going to display as a snack bar, right? So let's just import the snack bar here. And then we need to provide the context first, and then l.message. We need to display l.toString, right, like this. Okay. And then we need also for the right side, the value for the right side, which is going to be final ara. And then if it's a success, then we need to just navigate to the home page. Push navigator.push named, and then we're just going to navigate to the home screen. And then let's import. So there must be a semicolon, right? And then let's put a semicolon here. So this is the method for the sign-in method, and then let's do the same for the register method. Let's just copy this. It's almost the same. Let's paste it below, and then let's change it to register with email and password. Register with email and password, and then we need a username here. Username, and then let's change this to register with email and password. Register with email and password, and then let's just put in the username. Right, like this. Okay. So if it's successful, we need to redirect the user to the login screen. All right, so now we are done with the user controller, right? We are done with the user controller. Now we need to create the Auth Controller provider, right? So let's create the Auth Controller provider. Which is equal to async notifier, async notifier provider. It's going to take in the Auth Controller, and then user model. And then we need to set it to Auth Controller new, like this. Okay, now we are done with the Auth Controller. Now we need to move on to creating the user interface, the login, and also the register it screen, right? Okay, so now we move on to our views, right? So for our views, we need to create the sign-in screen inside our views folder, right? We need to create a sign-in screen.dat, and I will also need to create a register screen.dat, like this. All right, so it's going to be a straightforward widget. Sign in screen, right? So what we need to do is we need to create a few variables, right? We need to create the email, and then we set it to empty, and then we also need to create the password. Okay, so we also need to create another Boolean function, which is async call process, and then by default it must be to false. All right, the next thing that we need to do is we need to create a global key for forms, right? It's going to track the form state, right? Global key form key, we just go to global key. All right, like this, right? And then the next thing we need to validate the forms, that make sure that if the user enters like empty data, we need to also make sure that we alert them, right? So I'm just going to create a variable called form, which we are going to set to the form key dot current state. So the current state of the form, and then we are going to check if the form, right, if it's a valid, right? Dot validate so we need to make sure that we set this to form state, right? Okay, right, now we got rid of that error. So if form.validate, right, what we need to do is we just need to save the form state, right? Right, here we go, and then we are just going to return true. Else we are just going to return false. All right, so inside here we just need to return a scaffold. Just need to return a scaffold widget, and then we need a body, and then it's going to be safe area, and then the child is going to be a single child scroll view, and then child is going to be a column widget, and then children. And then what we need to do here is that we need the spacing from the top, right? So the spacing is going to be size box. I'll give it a height of 120, like this. Okay. And then the next thing that we need to do is we need to create a form. And then for the form, we need to give it a key. And then if you still remember, our key is that form key that we created, right? And then we also need a padding. So it's going to be edge inserts.all. Let's just give it a value of 8, and then the child of the padding widget is going to be a text form field. So it's going to be a text form field. Enable suggestions. We are going to just set it to true. Then the other thing is a keyboard input type. So we need a text input type dot email, because this is going to be the user's email, right? Email address, like this. The next thing is onChanged. So what this onChanged method is, make sure that it tracks the values that the user enters, right? So we are going to make sure that we set the email, that variable that we created, to the value that the user enters, right? And then we need to decorate this text for the input decoration, right? Border, and then outline input border, right? And then the border radius is equals to border radius dot circular. Give it a border radius of 10. And then we also need the hint text. And then we also need a border. Outline input border. And then we also need the hint text, which is going to be enter your email. Then I'll also need to style the hint, which is going to be text style. Let's give it a color of black. And then we also need a prefix icon. Which is icon icons.email. And then the icon, let's give it a color of black. Choose colors, the black, like this, right? And then let's give it alignment with the int. Let's just give it a true, right? And then we also need the validator. The validator is the one that we use to validate the data that the user enters, right? It takes in a value, the value that the user enters, right? Somehow I made a mistake. And then it takes in a value like this, and then we just check if the value dot is empty, right? If the value is empty, or if the value if it does not contain the @ symbol, right? If it does not contain the @ symbol, what we just need to do is we're just going to say return invalid email address, like this, right? Otherwise, we're just going to return now. So that's it for the email text form field, and then we need the spacing between these two. So I'm just going to use the sized box. The sized box. Let's give it a height of 12, right? Like this. So we have the form padding. We need to make sure that it's after the padding, right? So let's just make sure we get rid of the so we must make sure that this column, it must start with the okay. So here I made a mistake. This column, we must remove this column. So let's wrap this inside the column, widget, right? And then let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of this column. Let's come here and then let's get rid of this column widget here. Then let's copy this here, let's cut it, then let's just paste it below this one, right? And then let's go here on top of this column, let's just put a size box. We'll give it a height of 120. Okay. So now that we have pasted the other one below here, we need to change it to password. So what did I write here? It's password. It's supposed to be underscore password. So let's set the password is equals to value, and then let's change the text input type to visible password, right? Enter your password like this, and then let's change this to password. If the value is empty, then we are just going to say enter password. Then I think everything here is okay. And then the next thing that we need to do is we need a text. We need to separate this. So we just have constant. Let's give it let's use a sized box. And then let's use a height of 15. And then what we are going to do under is text don't have an account. And then we're just going to say register. And then let's give it a style of text, style, color, colors.black, and then font size is 20. And then we need a font weight also. Then it's supposed to be font weight bold like this, okay. And then we need to make sure that it's at the center, right? So we use a center widget. Then we also need to make sure that we wrap it with a gesture detector. And then we make sure that on tap, when the user taps in the text, we are just going to navigate into navigator dot push named. And then we are just going to direct the user to the register screen. Okay, I'll create these routes later after dealing with these. Okay, now that we're done, another thing after this, now we need a button. So this button, I'm going to just wrap it inside the sized box. We give it a height of 300, and then I'll also give it a width. The width is supposed to be 300, and then the height is supposed to be 50, right? And then the child here is going to be the elevated button like this, and then on pressed just going to, and then the text here, the text is going to be sign in. And then what we're just going to do here is, so since we're using Riverpod, to consume providers, we need to make sure that we're using consumer stateful widget, and then we change this to consumer state. Consumer state, and also make sure that you change this to consumer state. Right. So let's import Flutter Riverpod package. Let's go back to our button. We're going to do is ref.read. So I make sure that if you're using Riverpod, consuming Riverpod provided inside button, just make sure that you use the read, right? And then dot notifier dot login with email and password. So we are going to set that to email dot trim, and then to password dot trim. Okay, so let's do it like this, and then let's just make sure that our code is formatted, and then let's just make sure I use this constant value. Right, for the register screen, what I'm just going to do is, this is one and the same thing. So I'm just going to copy this, and then I'll go inside our register screen. I'm just going to paste this, and then I'm going to just changing this to register screen. Register screen, and then let's change this to register screen. Let's come here, and then let's also change this to register screen. Register screen, and then let's come here, and then let's change it to register screen, like this. Okay, so now that everything is done, we are left with the username underscore username, which is equal to username, like this, right? And then let's just make sure we copy this one, and then let's copy it, and then in between let's put a size box, and let's put a height of 12, and then below let's just paste this, and then let's change that to enter your username, and then let's change this to username, and then let's change it to text input.text, like this. So let's just remove this here. Let's change it to enter your username, like this. Okay, and then let's change the icon to person. All right, okay, and then let's box, so make sure there's some spacing here. Sized box height, this was 12. Then all right, now that we're done with the, let's go to the, here it's supposed to be login. Let's change it to login screen, like this. And then let's just change it to already have an account. Already have an account, and then login, like this. Right, and then let's change this to register with email and password, and then let's just set this to email.trim, username.trim, .trim, and then password.trim. Okay, so that now we are done with the register screen and and the sign-in screen. Now we need to take care of our routes inside our main.dat file. So inside our main.dat file, what we need to do, the first thing that we need to do is we need to create a widget, right? And then I'm just going to call it default home, which is equal to the sign-in screen, right, like this. And then inside our main function, what we need to do is we just need to use the widget flutter binding dot ensure initialized, like this. And then the first thing that we need to do is we need to create a container for our providers, right, which is equal to provider container, like this. So if you have not heard about provider container, a provider container is just an object that stores the state of providers and allows us to override other provider behaviors. So all the providers that we have, we can store them inside our provider container, right? And then I'm just going to create another variable called result. So this result is equal to await. So let's just make sure this function is async. It goes to await container dot read. So we are going to read a provider, which is the local repository provider dot is logged in. So if you remember, is logged in is going to give us the user token, right? So if result is not equal to null, so if you remember, if a user logs in, right, we get a user token. So if that result, that means if that user token is not equal to null, what we need to do is we are just going to set the default home that we created, right, this default home, to the home screen. So basically what happens is that inside our Flutter secure storage, right, inside our local repository, if we have that user token, then we are just going to redirect the user to the home screen. If we don't, then the user is redirected to the login screen because they don't have the user token, which they must have if they are logged in, right? So let's just make sure this is the home screen. Okay, so let's just import the home screen. All right, now, and then let's just put a constant. And then for our run app, right, what we need to do is we need to use uncontrolled provider scope, which takes in our container, which is the local repository provider, and then its child is going to be our my app, right? That's its child. Then make sure that it's a constant, right, like this. Okay, and then the next thing that we need to take care of are the routes, right? So we need to make sure that for the routes, we need to make sure that we get rid of this home, right? And then we also need to get rid of this we also need to make sure that we get rid of this theme, right, like this. So for our routes, we need to make sure that it's going to be the default route, right, is going to be our home. It's going to be home screen, right? And then the next, we need to make sure that we have the home screen. going to check in a context, and then this must direct us to the home screen. And then we also need to make sure that we have the register screen. Which will also take us to the register screen. And then if we go into our Auth Controller, we use the login, if I'm not mistaken. We use the home screen, right? And we also need a route for home screen, right? So we need a route for login screen. So it's going to be login screen, and then context, and then login screen. Let's just set to a sign-in screen like this. All right. So now we are done with our application. So let's just run it, and let's see the results on our emulator, right? So there must be something wrong with so let's go into home screen. Let's make sure this is scaffold, and then the body, center, and then child, text, and then let's just call it home. Okay, and then let's see. So somehow it's taking us direct to the home page. I don't know why. Let's check into our routes. No, this is a typo. This was supposed to be default home. It was supposed to be default home like this. So if we reload this now, so let's try to run it again. Let's see. So I think there must be a typo somewhere. Home screen is goes to home screen. Default home is goes to sign in screen. without the default home. Okay, it's supposed to be is logged in, and then let's see. All right, somehow there must be a typo somewhere. Okay, so line.ensure initialized provider Flutter final containers goes to provide a container and control provider scope. Then okay. Okay, so I don't know why it keeps us, because it must take us to the sign-in screen, right? Since we don't have this, since we have not logged in, it must take us to the sign-in screen. So let me check. Maybe let's try to reinstall to remove the app and try again. Or we can try another emulate, I think. Okay, somehow it takes us to the home page. I don't know where I'm making this error. There must be an error somewhere. So let me check where I'm going wrong. Okay, so let me check where I'm going wrong. Okay, so we're back. So I just found out that the typo was because we didn't have this await keyword here. That's why it was taking us directly to the home page. But now if I reload, you can see now we now have this page. If we don't have an account, let's try and create an new account. You show me, so let's say 500 at gmail.com, and let me just put my username here, Shoni, so then let's say 500 or so, and then let's just put a password. It's saying users not found. So I think the problem might be that if we go to our register screen, right, register with email and password. So let's go to the Auth Controller here, and then register with email and password. Okay, let me try to see what's going on the backend side, right? It's saying that user not found. Okay, so let's go back and then let's change these to register, right? Let's change this to register. Okay, so let's change this to register. All right, then we have email m.trim.password. Let's say 600 at gmail.com. Okay, I think I know where the problem is. If we go into our Auth Repository, right? Inside our Auth Repository, inside this register with email, we're supposed to change this URL to register URL, right? So just make sure you go back and make sure that you correct that mistake. That's why we're getting that error, right? So now if I say shownesu 500 at gmail.com, and then my username is going to be shownesu 500, right? And then let's do 1 2 3 4 5 6, right? And then let's register. You can see that now we are redirected to our login page because now we are now registered, right? And then 500 at gmail.com, and then 1 2 3 4 5 6, right? As you can see, now it takes us to our home page. Now we are fully authenticated, right? Even now we're fully authenticated. Even like on our home screen, what I need to do here on the center here, inside this, I'm just going to change this to child. Inside this child, I'm going to put an elevated button, right? On pressed, I'm just going to, and then I'm just going to use the text of logout, right? Like this, right? So let's remove this constant here. That's why you're getting this here, right? So what I'm just going to say, I'm going to say reference. So yeah, let's use the consumer widget. Consumer widget. And then here, let's just pass in the widget reference. And then here, I'm just going to reference.watch. We're just going to watch the local repository provider. No, inside the button, we need to use the read, right? Dot logout. So we need to log out, right? Something like this. So if I reload the application, if I click the logout button, it's not logging us out. Let's check what's going on with this sign in screen. It's supposed to be login screen, right? If we go back now, you can see that we have been automatically logged out because it deleted all our user token, and then here we have changed it to login screen. So let me just log in and show you for the last time. It was supposed to be 500 here, and then 1 2 3 4 5 6, right? And then you can see we are logged in. Now we are logged out, right? So basically that was it, guys, on user auth with Firebase and Node.js, right? So in the next videos, we are going to be creating like code operations with Flutter and Node.js. Thanks for watching, guys. Hello guys, and welcome back to my YouTube channel. So in this video we are going to be continuing with our Node.js and Flutter series. So in this video we are going to be creating the product model. We are going to be creating a code application where you will learn how to create, update, read and delete items from Node.js database, right? So we are going to be creating a product model, right? A product model. In this folder we are going to be create a MongoDB schema, right? So the first thing that we need to do is we need to import mongoose from mongoose. So if you have not yet watched my previous video, make sure you watched my previous video on Node.js authentication, right? That's when I taught how to import all these libraries, right? And then the next thing that we need to do is we need to create a product schema. And then inside our schema, the first thing that we need is our product title, right? Product title. So the product title, the type is going to be of type string. And then that title is required. So we need to set required to true. And then we also need an image because we are going to need a product image, right? It's going to be of type string, and then it's also going to be required, right? And then we also need a product description because we need to describe what product are we selling. It's also going to be of type string. The description also needs to be required, right? The other thing that we need is we need the product price, right? So the product type is the type of the price is going to be the number. Required is also true. And we also need the old price, right? The type is also number. This one is not going to be required because our product might not have an old price, right? Is available. So we'll use this to check if a product is available, right? If we have the product in stock. So this is going to be a boolean, a type boolean. Required is also true. Okay, so now that we are done with our Mongo schema, we need to take care of a few items here, right? So we need to create a function called to JSON. And then we need to do a few transformations, right? So we're going to create a function. We are going to create a function that's going to take in our document as a parameter and then a return type, right? So what we want to transform is we want to return the product ID, right? Which is equal to return dot underscore ID dot toString, right? And then after that, what we need to do is we just need to delete the return type underscore ID, and we also need to delete the return type underscore V. Okay, so here we are just performing some transformation to our data that we are going to get from our MongoDB document, right? So in our MongoDB document, our product ID is going to be underscore ID, right? So we are going to set a return type, this return type to product ID, which is equal to return type of underscore ID dot toString. Once we set this to product ID, because in our application we want to return the product ID, something like this. So let me just pull out Postman. You can see we want it to return this product ID here, right here, right? So, and then we can also get rid of this double underscore V, right? If I put double underscore V, and then if I go back to, let me just npm start, right? Let me just start the server, right? Our server is now running on port 4000. So if I go back to our, okay, products, right? So let me just, okay. So let me just open the project. I have the project here. So let me just open it, npm start like this, right? It's because I'm running the project that we are currently working on. So in our current project, this one, nodejs auth, I'm just going to stop the server and then I'm going to the other project, right? This one. This one, return nodejs server, this one, right? So let's try to rerun the server, right? And then if we go to our product ID, as I was saying, if I delete underscore ID like this, right? And then I go back to our Postman, right? Like this, you see we are no longer getting that underscore V, right? But we are getting the product ID as product ID. If we don't do the transformation, we are going to be getting underscore ID, right? Of which we don't want to do that. We want to rename it to product ID, right? So let's go back to our project and let's continue, right? Since we have done the transformation, right? Since we have done the transformation, we are now done with the product schema, right? So we need to export it. So now that we have exported this product schema, it will now be available to be exported in our different files, right? So the next thing that I want us to do is I need to create a middleware, right, for uploading the image to our MongoDB, right? So to create the middleware, simply go into our middleware folder that we created, right? Inside our middleware folder, let's create a file called product upload. So it's going to be product upload.js. So this file is going to be taking care of the product upload, right? So we need a library called Malta to do that. Okay. Right, so now that we have installed Malta, I'm just going to import Malta. So we are going to require Malta, the package. The other thing that we need is the path, which is equal to, we are just going to require the path, right? Okay. Now, what we need is to create a variable storage, which is going to access the disk storage, right? That is the disk storage in our device, right? So in this disk storage, we have the destination and also we have the file name. So for the destination, we are going to have a function that's going to take in a request, a response, and a callback function, right? So what this callback function is going to just return, the first parameter is going to return is null, and then it's going to also return to us, it's going to access to us this upload folder, right? Uploads and then products. So this is the file where our products will be uploaded, right? So just make sure that inside our root project, right, just create a folder called uploads, and then inside that folder create another folder called products, right? So as you can see now, it's going to access the uploads folder and then the products folder, right? That's the destination of our image that we are going to upload from our storage, right? And then we need to take care of the file name. So okay, we are going to have another function. That function is going to take in a request, a file. Okay, so here I made a mistake. It's not supposed to be response, it's supposed to be file, right? It's going to take in a request, a file, and a callback, right? The same for our file name, and then what, a callback function, right? So this callback function is going to return null, and then it's going to set the destination of our folder. We're going to set it as, we need to set it as the date at which the file is uploaded, and then underscore, and then file.origin, file.original name. So the original name is the name by which the user uploads is the name by which the user uploads the file from the storage, right? If the file from the storage is returned, let's say Apple MacBook, we are just going to take that Apple MacBook, right? Okay, so now that we are done with the storage part, now we need to filter the data that's going to be uploaded by the user, which is very important. So we need to create a variable filter. It's going to take in a request, and then a file, and then a callback function. All right. So now what we need is we need acceptable extensions that we are going to accept. So acceptable ext extensions. We need to just say only .jpg, .png, and .jpeg accepted. So these are the extensions that we are going to accept, right? Sorry, this is supposed to be, there's no need for us to write only and accept it. Just put in the formats that we need, right? These are the formats that we need. So we need the JPG, the PNG, and then JPEG, right? Okay. So the next thing is we are going to check if this extension does not include the extensions that we have defined above. In the file.original name, right? What we are just going to do is we are going to just return a callback function. And then the callback function is going to be no error, only jpg.png and then .jpeg accepted, right? So these are the, if this condition is not met, acceptable extension. If this condition does not include any of these extensions, right, we are going to just show the user that only JPG, PNG, and JPEG accepted, right? And then if otherwise, what we are just going to do is we need to take care of the file size. Because if we don't, a user might upload a very large file, which can also affect our storage, right? So we're going to say request.headers. And then for the request.headers, what we need is the content length. So, and then we will make sure that if the file size is greater than 10 megabytes, which is 104.8576, right? What we are just going to do is we are just going to return a callback function, and then that callback, we're just going to display an error, which is going to be file is too big. You can just say file too big or image is too big, right? And then otherwise, what we are just going to do is we are just going to return a callback function with null and then true. Okay, right. And then what we need to just do is after this, we just say let upload. We create a variable for uploading our file. Upload is equals to Malta. And then for the Malta, for the storage, we are just going to set it to our storage variable that we created above. This storage variable, right? That's the storage. We are going to set it to the storage variable that we created above. And then for the file filter, we are going to set it to the file filter, which will filter our file size to make sure that it's not more than 10 MBs, right? Which is what file filter. And then file size, make sure that the file size is 104.8576, like this, right? So now that we have taken care of this middleware for uploading images to our server, we just need to export it so that we can access it in our controller. Module.export is equals to upload.single, because we are going to upload a single image, and then we are just going to set it to image, right? Right, so that is for our middleware. So in our middleware, what are we doing? So first of all, we are importing Malta. Malta allows us to upload files to our server, Node.js server, right? And then we need the path variable. The path is going to access like the path of the image in our disk storage. And then the first thing that we need, we create a variable storage, which is going to access the disk storage, and then the destination of our uploaded image is going to be uploads, right? It's going to be uploads here. It's going to be uploads and then products. And then the file name that we are going to store in our products is going to be this file name, which starts with the date and then underscore and then the file original name, right? And then in the next, we create a variable, constant variable, file filter. This variable is going to filter the image format and also the image size, right? We create this constant acceptable extensions, which is the JPG, PNG, and then the JPEG, right? If this format does not include any of these formats, we are going to tell the user that only .jpg, png, and jpeg accepted, right? The next thing is the file size, right? We are going to get the file size. We get the file size from the request.headers.content length. That is the length of the uploaded image, right? If this file size is more than 10 megabytes, we are just going to show the user that the file is too big. Otherwise, we are going to just return this callback function, right? And then we create this variable upload mounter, which takes in the storage, our storage, which is going to be this variable here, the filter, the file filter, which is going to be this variable, and then the size, which is going to be 10 megabytes. And then we export this file, right? So the next thing that we are going to do is we need to move on to our controller, right? We need to move on to our product controller, and then we need to take care of the product controller. So inside our controllers, just create a file called product controller, right? Product controller.js, right? So basically, the controller is just responsible for handling out requests and responses, and also communicating with our MongoDB schema, right? So what we need to do, the first thing that we need to do is we need to import the product. This product is going to come from our MongoDB schema. So it's going to be from models, and then product model, right? Like this. And then we have the upload, right? So the upload is going to come from the middleware, right? And then it's product.upload, right? And then what we need to do is we need to export the functions that we are going to create, right? So it's going to be module.export. Okay, right. So the first function that we are going to create is the create product function. This function is going to be an async function, and then it's going to take in a request and a response. And then what we need is we need our middleware here. This middleware that we created in the middleware, the product upload middleware here, right? So we need this middleware. This middleware is going to take in a request, a response, and then a function, which is going to take in an error as a parameter, right? So what we are going to do is we are going to check if there is an error. So if there is an error, then we are just going to show the user a status code of 500, and then we are just going to pass that error into JSON, right? And then the status, we're going to set the status to false, and then the message that we want to show the user is going to be the error. Which is going to be error.message right here. So if there is no error, that is the else condition, right? If there is no error, what we need to do is we need to get the title, the description, title, description, the price, and then is available from the requested body. Okay, right. And then we also need a path. So we get the path from the request.file, right? That is the file that the user will upload. And then we will make sure that the request.file is not equal to undefined, right? It's not equal to undefined. And then if it's not equal to undefined, then we just set the request.file and path, and then the path request.file.path, and then we are just going to replace else we are if the request.file is empty, we are just going to set it to empty, right? So what are we doing here on the request.file? Here we are getting the path of the image from the request.file. If it's not equal to undefined, we are just going to, if it's not equal to undefined, right, what we are going to do is we are going to replace the image path. If we have / backslashes and this G character, we're going to replace them with this /, right? If the file is empty, we are just going to leave it like that as empty, right? Okay, so now what we need to do now is we need to check, we need to make sure that all these items are entered by the user, because if you remember from our product models, the title, image, description, price, and then is available, they're all set to true. So we need to check, right, if those items exist. So if there is no title, or if there is no title, or if there is no path, or if there is no description, or if there is no description, and then if there is no price, if the user doesn't enter the price, and also if there is no is available, right? If it's like this, then what we simply need to do is we are just going to show the user a status code of 500, of a status code of 400, right? And then we are just going to return a JSON with the status to false, and then the message is going to be you have a missing field. Right. And then if all these fields exist, right, what we simply need to do is we need to create a new product, right? We are going to create a new product. So we are just going to create a new product, which is called to new product. And then we are going to set the title. The title of the product is going to come from request.body.title. And then the description is going to come from request.body.title. Same with the price. So let me just copy this. This is supposed to be description. This is supposed to be description. This is supposed to be price. And then this is supposed to be price. And then for the odd price also. Okay, odd price. And then we also need to do it for is available. Which are going to set it to is available. And then we also, for the path, for the image, right? The image, we are just going to set it to the path, right? So now that we are done with this new product, what we need to do is after this, we need to make sure that we create a try catch block, right? A try catch block. So what we are going to do is we are just going to say new product dot save. So we are going to just save it to MongoDB, right? And then the next thing that we do is we are just going to return a status code of 201 to show that the product has been created, right? And then JSON format, and then status true, and then we make sure that the message is going to be product created successfully. Product created successfully, right? Like this. And then after this, what we need to do is we need to catch the error. So catch E. And then it's going to be response.status. We are just going to return a status code of 500. And then we are going to display JSON, right? Status is equals to false. And then the message is going to be error.message. Error.message, right? So we are done with this function for creating our new product, right? Which we are going to create our new product. And then the next thing that we are going to do is we need to get products, right? We need to get products. So I'm going to create a function called get all products. Get all products. It's an asynchronous function. It's going to take in a request, a response, right? So what this function is going to do is we are going to create a try catch block, right? So we are going to set the products to await product.find, right? Which is going to find all the products. After that, we are going to create a response.status 200, and then we are going to display a JSON with the products. That's going to display all the products that are in our MongoDB, right? The next thing that we need to do is we need to catch an error if there's an error, right? So to do that, we are going to just return a response.status 500, and then JSON. Our status is false, and then our message is error.message. Error.message, right? And then the next thing that we need to do is we need to get a product by ID. So to get a product by ID, what we simply need to do is we copy our get all products function, right? Let's copy our get all products function like this, and then let me just paste it there. And then what do we need? So I'm just going to say get product by ID, right? Get product by ID, right? To get a product by ID, what we need the ID. But this ID is not going to come from a body. It's going to come from the request.params, from the parameters, right? Request.params.id, like this, right? So instead of using find, we are going to say find by ID, and then we just pass in the ID of the product, right? Everything else is set, right? And then now for updating our products, right? Let's say we want to update a particular product. What we need to do is we simply need to copy also the get product by ID function. This get product by ID function. So let me just copy this get product by ID function, and then let me just paste it below, right? So let's change it to update product. Update product, right, like this. Update product, and then we have the ID, right, which we are going to get also from the params, right? And then we are going to change this to find product by ID and update, right? No, not by delete, and update, right? And update, right? So we are going to update the product. The next thing that we need, the next function that we need is to delete the product. So to delete the product also, we just simply also paste this get product by ID, and then we'll just rename it to delete product, like this, right? We'll also get the ID from the request.params, right? And then find by ID, and here we need to change it to find by ID and delete, which is just going to delete our item. And then here the message that we are going to, the JSON message that we are just going to display is a status which is false, and then the message is going to be product deleted successfully, product deleted successfully, just like this. If we go back to our update product, we also need to change this to, and then for the status, we need to change the status to true, right? If it's 200, then we will just display a status true, and then the message is going to be product updated product updated successfully, like this, right? So now we have created these functions inside our product controller, right? We have this function that is going to create our product and save it to our MongoDB schema, right? And then we have this function that's going to get products by ID, and then we have another one that's going to get all the products, right? So the next thing that we need to do is we need to go into our route, right? We need to go into our route and take care of the routes. So our routes, what the route does is the route exposes our API to the outside world, right? That means if we have a front end, the route is the one that exposes our API to the front end, right? So it's going to be product route.js. So what we need to do, the first thing that we need to do is we are going to import router from Express. .router, right, like this. The next thing that we need is we need to set the router which is going to require Express. And then we have the upload function. So the upload, we are going to get it from our middleware, right? So we don't need the upload, right? It's a mistake. What we need is the product controller. Product controller, which is require from the controllers, and then product controller, right? The next thing that we need to do is we need the router for post. So this router, we're going to use it to create our products, right? And then we just get the product controller dot create product, right? Like this. So let's just copy this, and then let's just paste it 4 more times below, right? 4 more times below. And then here we need to change it to a get function. To get was what we are just going to get the products. Get all products. Get, and then we are just going to get the products by ID, right? Get product by ID, and then we also need a get function here. What we just need to do is here we need another post. We need a put function that we are going to use to update our product, right? Update product, and then we also need a delete. That's going to delete our product. Okay. And then module.exports. This goes to router. We're going to set it to the router. Okay, it's going to set it to our router, right? Now we need to go to our server.js function. So let's go into our server.js function, and then we need to take care of this. Let's just copy this method here, the user route, copy it, and then let's change it to product route. Product route, and then we are just going to get it from routes / product route, like this. Okay, and then we are going to say app.use /API, and then we are going to pass in the product route. Okay, so now that we are done creating our API, the next thing that we need to do now is to test our endpoints using Postman, right? You can use whatever tool you use, but I normally like using Postman, right? Now we are connected to the database. Let's test our app. Let's test our API to see if it's working, right? So let's test the get method. So I think there is an error somewhere. Request post 4000. PA 4000 products. It's saying that the server is not found. Okay, so let's check what's the problem. So it's going to be API / product route. And then this is the product route, and then we need to get all products. And then I think everything is okay, but I don't know why. Let's check our env file. Yeah, our port is on 4000, so I don't know why. Get, and then post. So our poster here, I just have these few items. I have iPhone 16 Plus, Lorem Ipsum. These are descriptions that I already had. So somehow we are still getting an error. So let me check what's going on with the API. Okay, so I just located the error. The error was that I had just, inside our app.use middleware, I just put this API. I forgot to type in products, right? So this is our endpoint, right? So our endpoint, Postman couldn't locate our endpoint, right? So if I go back to our postman and then I get request, you see now 200. Okay, because now we get an empty array because we don't have anything. Okay, so let's try to create a post request. Let's see if, so it's saying false only .jpg is accepted. So I think the problem is that we have a problem with our middleware. So let's go to our product and then let's check our middleware, what's going on, acceptables. Okay, so here I made a mistake. It's supposed to be like this. Okay, so it's supposed to be like this. So I had made a typo. So let's go back to our postman and let's try to create a post request. We are still getting the same error. I don't know why we are still getting the same error. Okay, so let's try and see if it's working. Okay, products created successfully. So we have now created this product. So if I want to get the product, I can simply, now we get the product, right? Now we get the product. So how do we get this product? This product only by ID. So to get the product by ID, simply copy the product ID, right? And then just put here in front of, just put the product ID and let's see. So it's saying 404 not found. There must be an error with our API, I think. Because it's saying the product is not being found. 404 not found. Let's try to remove this parameter and then let's try to get it. Product ID. Yeah. So this is the product ID, right? Let me copy it, let me paste it in front of this, and then let's try, and then we're still getting a 404 code. So that means there must be a typo with our product controller, right? So if we go into our product controller, get product by ID, we get this one, find by ID, which is correct. But let's go to our route. We have this get product by ID. Okay, we were supposed to put in the ID there. And then also for the put function, we're supposed to put in the ID parameter, right? We forgot to add those. Make sure you add those, otherwise you keep on getting errors with postman, right? So cast object failed with path ID for module product. So somehow it's saying that cast of object ID failed, right, to get the product. So I don't know why. Let's check. Get product by ID, delete product. Okay. So let's try to leave it this one, and then let's try to update the product. So to update the product, you just have to put and then put this. And then we are also getting an error, right? We are also getting an error, which I don't understand why we are getting an error. Okay, so let's go to the product controller. So we have request constant ID is equals to request.params.id, and then we are going to use product.await product.find by ID, and then pass in the product, and then request constant ID is equals to request.params.id find by ID and update, which is correct. So now I don't know why we're getting this error, right? So let's check first to make sure that our ID is correct. So let's try to get it. Our ID might be wrong. So this is our product ID right here. This is our product ID. Copy, and then let's paste it here. Paste it here. You can see now we are getting this product, right? We're getting this product ID. If I say put, we just update our product. Now product updated successfully. If I want to delete it, I can just delete, and then we can get product deleted successfully. And then if I try to, we no longer have anything. So to just, let's just post it. So when I post this product, you can see, if we go back to our API, right, to our server, you can see these images there. They were uploaded in the uploads products. If you remember from our middleware, right, this is the destination that we set for our images to be uploaded. So uploads products, right, and then this one also, you can see those images, right? So thanks for watching, guys. Cheers. Make sure you stay tuned for the next video, whereby we'll be integrating Flutter to make sure that we'll pull our API and then create a code application in Flutter. Thanks. Hello guys, and welcome back to my YouTube channel. So in this video we are going to continue with our Node.js and Flutter series. So we are going to continue with our code application, right? So in this video we are going to get products from a RESTful API, right? And then that's the read, and then we are going to upload products to the API, that's the create, and then we are going to update the products, and then we are also going to delete the products from the API, as you can see from here. And then also we are going to use the refresh indicator to refresh the data from the API, right? So without wasting much of the time, let's get into the code and let's start building the application, right? So now inside our repository folder, right, what we need is we need to create a file called product repository. So let's create a class called product repository. Okay, so now what we need is we need to import the HTTP package, right? We need to import the HTTP package because we are going to be using this package to make like a request to our server, right? And then the other thing that we need to do is we need to initialize this HTTP package, right? So we need to initialize an HTTP client. And then we are going to attach this initialized HTTP client to our constructor, right? And then we need to set our client to the client that we initialized, right? So now the first thing that we are going to do is we are going to create the method for uploading like our products into our API, right? Making like a post request to our API, right? So it's going to be a future, and then we are going to use the fp.dat package, right, to have either, since we are going to handle if there is a failure when uploading our products to the API. And then if it's a success, what we want to return is we want to return the product model, right? The product model. So I forgot, we need to create the product model first, right? So to create the product model, what we simply need to do is go into our models folder, right? And then create a file called product model.dat. Okay, create a file called product model.dat, right? So this file is going to be an abstract class product model, and then we also need a constructor which is going to be of type factory. And then we need a title, our product title. We need an image. And then a description. And then we need the product price. So the price is of type double. It must not be a string. It must be of type double. And then we have another for the old price, right, which is going to be of type double also. And then we also have a product ID, which is of type string. Product ID, right. And then we need to set our product model to underscore product model. So the good thing about creating model classes using Freezed is that it allows you to create like immutable classes. So it's going to be product model dot from JSON, and then our data type for JSON is going to be of map, string dynamic, and then JSON, and then underscore product model from JSON, and then JSON. Okay, like this. And then okay, like this. And then what we need to do is we need to import we need import for the Freezed package, right? Import for the Freezed package. So we need import for the Freezed annotation, and then we also need this part which is going to be underscore product model underscore product model. Just make sure that this file name is similar to this file name that you created here, right? Now what we need to do is we need to run the Flutter pub build command, right? So we need to run this command, flutter pub run build runner build delete conflicting outputs, right? This will now generate our Freezed files for our product model. So I think there's something wrong with our product model. Okay, with product model, factory product model. Just go to underscore product model. Okay, let's try to run it again. Okay, the reason why it's not working is we need to annotate with first, right? As you can see now, we now have the product model.first.dat and product model.g.dat, right? So now, before we go forward, we need to handle something, right? List, which is going to be product model, product from JSON. Since we are going to be getting a list of products, right? It's going to be a dynamic string. And then it's going to be product model dot from JSON, and then okay, there's something wrong, which is equal to of type list product model. Map, and then E, and then we are just going to return a product model from JSON, and then we're passing. Okay, so now we have created our product model, right? But yet we are not yet done with the product model, right? So what we need to do is we need to go into our app config right here. So inside our app config, that's where we have like URLs for our API. So we need to create a URL for the product's URL. Which is going to be API / and then products, like this. And then now for the images, since we are getting images from the database, the problem is that with images, you need to make sure that the images come from HTTP, right? It must be an HTTP request. If we don't use an HTTP request like we are doing with other products, we'll get an error. So what we need to do is we need to create an HTTP, which is going to be HTTP and then 127.0.0.1.4000, like this. And then yeah, like this, right? So if we go back into our product model, right, what we need to do is we need to create an extension for image, because this image is going to come from from API.products, but we need to create an extension so that we'll be using the HTTP, right? So to create an extension, what we will just do is create an extension, right? Product extension I'll just call it ext on product model, because I want to create an extension on product model, right? So this extension is going to get a string of type get, and then we need a full image path, and then we are going to point to appconfig dot full image URL plus the image, right? Plus the image, which is of type what? Of type nullable, right? So this extension must be outside our product model class here, right? So now that we have taken care of this, now let's move inside our product repository, right? Let's go back inside our product repository, right? So here I was talking to, if we have a either, if we have a failure, we're going to display that failure, and then if we have a success, then we must return what? We must return the product model. So, and then create product, that's our method. So for us to create a product, what do we need? We need a file of image, type image, because we are going to be uploading an image. And then we need a string of type title. We need another string of type description. And then we need a double for the price. And then we need another double for the odd price. So let's import the dat.io, right? So this must be an async function, right? Now, what do we do? Let's create our URL, which is going to be URI.http, right? So for the HTTP, we need appconfig.base URL, right? Appconfig.base URL, if you remember, this is our base URL, right? So if you're using Android, you can use this URL at the top there, right? Base URL, and then appconfig.products URL, like this, right? So this is our URL. And then now we need to create a request. Now to create a request, what's happening is that we are uploading files to our server. So when you're uploading files to our server, we need an HTTP multi-part request, right? So a multi-part request allows us to send multiple requests to our HTTP server. And then, as you can see from here, http.multi-part request from path and then what we need first is the method, right? So the method in this case is going to be a post request, since we are sending this data to our database, right? We are creating this product to our database. It's going to be a post request, and then we need to pass the URI. So to pass the URI, we'll use the URI.pass, and then we'll pass our URL.toString, like this. Okay. Now the next thing that we need to do is we need to add to our request. We need to add the files that we are uploading, right? So files.add. So we need to await, since we need to await until the files is uploaded. So we'll await http.multiple part file, and then from path multiple path file, and then since we are getting this from path, right, we need to use from path like this, and then we need to specify that it's going to be an image, and then it's going to be image dot what dot path. This is the path of the image that we are going to write like this, right? So we have added the image, and then we also, using our multiple path request, our HTTP multiple path request, what we are going to add is we are going to add other fields, right? So the field that we want to is the title. We have the title here, which is equal to what? Which is equal to title. The title, like this, right? We have other fields that will also what we are going to be sending to our to our server. So these fields are going to be description, which is equal to description, and then we are also going to send the price, which is going to be price.toString. We're also going to be sending the old price, which is going to be old price.toString. Okay, like this, right? And then after we have done this, we need now a try-catch block. So inside our try-catch block, we need a stream response. Which is equal to, this string response, we are going to await our request.send. So this expression is just for sending this data to our API. And then we need a response. So our response is going to be await http.response from stream and then it's going to come from our stream response, right? And then the next thing is we need to get a data. So our data is going to come from JSON decode, and then we are going to decode the response.body. Like this. And then we are going to check if the response.body is equal to 200, right? If the response.body is equal to 200, or the response, if the response.body is equal to 200, that means our request to server was successful. We are going to return, we are just going to return the product model, right? Product model dot form JSON, and then we are just going to pass in the data, right? If somehow our response is not successful, right, we will just return, we'll have to return a failure, and then with the message, and then the message is going to be data going to decode the form message, right? This message is going to come from our API, right? And then we are going to catch other errors that may appear. So we are going to catch exception that may appear, and then we are going to return left up failure, which is going to be e.toString. right? So that's it for our for uploading products to our API, right? So we created this feature, and in this feature we have either from fp.dat, and then we are going to represent if we have a failure from our API, we're going to represent with a failure, and then if we have a success, we are going to return the product model, right? And then since we are sending images, we are going to be using the multi-part request, and then inside our multi-part request we specify that this is a post request, since we are creating a new product inside our API, right? And then we create a request to our request.files, which allows us to add files to our API. And then we use the multiple part file, and then where are we going to get this image? We are going to get it from our path, and then we specify the path as image. We specify that we are going to uploading an image, and then we specify that it's going to be image.path, right? And then we also have fields that we are going to send to our API. So we use request.fields to specify the title that we are going to send, the description, the price, and then the odd price, right? And then let's take care of how we get the products from our API. So we're going to have a future, and then we're going to use either also. And then if something goes wrong with the API, we're going to retain a failure, and then otherwise we are just going to return a list of products, right? And then we're just going to get those products from our API, and then our function is going to be an async function. Our function is going to be an async function, right? Like this. And then we need a map, and then a string, and then of type string. And then we need to specify our request headers, right? Request headers. And then we need to specify content type. So our content type is going to be application/.json, right? Like this. And then we need to specify our URL, which is going to be uri.http. And then we need to specify appconfig.base URL, and then appconfig.products URL, right? And then we need to get a response from the server. So the response is going to be, we are going to await our HTTP client, then .get. So this is get method, right? What are we going to get? We are going to get the products from the URL, and then we are going to pass in the headers, which is going to be what? The request headers, like this, okay? And then we are going to get the data, which we are going to decode using the JSON decode method. And then we are going to decode it from the response.body, right? Like this. And then we are going to create a try-catch block. So inside our try-catch block, we are going to check if the response that we are getting from server, right? If the response.status code that we're getting from server is equals to 200. It's equals to 200. So if it's equals to 200, that means that everything went well. We are just going to return, right? We are just going to return our products model from JSON, and then we just specify the data. We just pass in the data, right? And then else, that means that there might be an error with our server, right? We are just going to return a failure, and then we just notify the user of the error from what? From our API, right? We need to notify the user of what went wrong, and then we need to catch other exceptions that might happen, right? So to catch other exceptions that might have, we are just going to return also left, then passing up failure also, and then the message is going to be e.toString, like this, right? So now we are done with our what? We are done with getting products from what? From our API, right? So I think I forgot another. So here what we are doing is we are specifying a future because we don't know when we are going to return what the data from the server. And then we use the either from fp package, right, which returns left if we have an error and then right if we have a success. Because when we are getting data from our server, we have two states. It says that we are getting a success or we are getting an error, right? Now we create a request headers, right? We make sure that the content type that we are sending, that we are getting from our API is of type application JSON, right? We then create a URL using the URI.http. We specify our base URL and our product's URL. We then get a response from the server by awaiting our client, and then we use the get method that we use to get data from our API. We specify the URL and then specify the headers. Now we are getting the data from our from decoding our response.body, right? And then we now use a try catch block and then we have an if statement. We are going to check if our response.status code is equals to 200. If it's equals to 200, we are going to return a success and then a product, all our products from our API. Else, if we have an error, we are just going to display this message from our API. If we have another exception, we are going to display this exception from our API, right? So the next step that we are going to do is we need to update our product. So to update our product, it's similar to creating our product. We just need to make a few changes. So just copy this update method, right? Just copy this update method and then just paste it below the get products method, right? So now what we need to do is we just need to change this to update product, right? And then instead of post request, we change this to put, right? And then inside this var URL, we need to make sure that we change this URL to to plus, and then we need to make sure that we add we add the product ID. And then let's add the product ID as a string here. And then the product ID, since we need to specify the product ID first to make the changes to our product ID, right? So this is how we do it, and then everything else is similar, so we just leave it like that, right? And then the last method that we are going to be using is the delete method, right? So to use the delete method, what we are just going to do is to use the delete method. What we are going to do is we need to use the delete method. What we are going to do is just copy the get products method. So just copy the get products method, right? Copy it. Let's copy it. Let's paste it below. And then let's change it to delete product, and then let's change this to product model, like this, right? So this method, I think this method we are just going to call it void. And then we are just going to call it void delete product, and then we need a string of type product ID. and then here we just specify plus product ID, and then let Flutter replace it with interpolation, right? And then here what we need to do is okay, so I think here what we need to do is we just need to return either and then up failure if there is a failure here, and then I think we can return a void if there is a success, because we don't need to return the product model, because if it's deleted then it won't return anything, so we just use void here, right? And then yeah, that's it for the, and then we need to get product by ID. So to get product by ID, now what we need to do here, we need to change this from get to delete. And then to get the product by ID, let's just copy this method here, and then we'll just modify it. And then here we just change this to get product by ID. And then this one need to return a product model, right? A product model, and then it's supposed to be get. And then let's change this to product model from JSON. Product model dot from JSON. It's going to be our data right here. So that's it now for our repository. Now we need to move into our product controller, and then we make sure we handle the product controller, and then we move on to the user interface. So now we are moving on to our product controller, right? So before we move on to our product controller, let's just make sure that we create a product repository provider. Product repository provider, which is equal to provider. Then we're just going to provide a reference, and then we are just going to put a product repository, right? And then for client, what we need to just watch. Okay, I think this is caused because we haven't imported Flutter Riverpod. So let's make sure we import Flutter Riverpod, right? And then it's going to be reference.watch HTTP provider. Yeah, let's provide the HTTP provider, right, like this. Okay. Okay, so now we are done with our product repository. So let's go inside our controller folder. Let's create a product controller. Product controller .dat. Okay, so inside our product controller we need to create a class product controller. This class is going to extend the async notifier. And then it's going to take in an async value. It's going to return an async value, which is going to retain void, right? So now let's import Flutter Riverpod. Okay, so now what we are going to do is we are going to provide a build which is going to return async value of type void, and then we need to override this build method, right? It's a build method. So we need to override this build method. We need to override this build method, right? So before we even override this build method, let's create, let's initialize the product repository. Product repository, right? So this product repository, we are going to initialize it inside our build method, which is going to be reference.watch. We are going to watch our product repository, right? And then this function is just going to return an async value.data, and then our data is just going to be null. Then let's make sure that we put a constant here, right? Now that we are done with the async, now let's start the process of getting creating methods for creating our product. Then we need to create product. Create product. What do we need? We need an image. We need a string of type title. Also need a string of type description. Then we need a double type price. And then we need another double of type old price. Right, and then we also need a build context. Context, right? So let's import dat.io. So this method is going to be an asynchronous method. Now what we need is we are just going to create a variable final for response, which is going to be await product repository dot create product, right? And then we need to take care of a couple of things, right? Then we create a final value, and then a switch function, which is going to take in our response, right? So this response is going to have two states. We have the left, that means if we are getting an error from our API. And then if we're getting an error, what we want to do is we want to show a snack bar. And then the message is going to be l.message. If it's a success, then a value, final error, and then we need to show a snack bar. And then here it's going to be error dot toString, like this. Okay. All right. So this is also similar to update method. So let's just copy this. Let's just paste it below. And then let's change it to update product. And then here we just need to change it to update. Update product. Yeah, everything else is similar. Now we go on to get product by ID. So future of type void, and then get product by by ID. So the ID is going to be of type string, which is going to be product ID, and then we provide an async like this. And then we also need a build context, right? We need a build context, and then it's going to be context. Like this. Okay, now what we need to do is now response is equals to await product repository dot delete, and then we're going to use a switch statement, and then we're going to provide a response, right? And then we are going to return left. We provide a value, final girl, and then we are going to show a snack bar. There is an error. And then if there is no error, what we are going to do is we're going to just return right. The value we're going to use is going to be final error. True string. What's happening in the expression? The void is looking at. Also, we are just going to return error since error is of type void, right? Now we need to handle also the delete method, right? Delete product by ID. So let me just here and then delete product by ID. Also, we used so here we need on your object product, you need we forgot to add a string product ID. Product ID. So let's pass it here. Product ID. Okay. So here we used get products by ID. We use the delete function instead of get products by ID like this, right? So here delete product by ID. Now we have the delete product by ID, get product by ID, and then the last function that we need is the get product. So this one is going to be a feature of type list, a list of products. We use our product model, right? Product model, and then get products. Get products like this. It's going to be an async function, and our response is goes to await product repository dot get products, and then we are just going to return a switch response, and then left value final L, and then we are just going to throw the error message. Otherwise, what we're just going to do is we're just going to return the product from the product model like this. Okay, now that we are done with this, we are done with our product controller model, right? So now what we need to do is we need to now take care of the products controller. So we're going to say product controller provider is equal to async notifier it's supposed to be async notifier provider is going to be product controller, and then async value, which is going to return void, and then it's just going to return the products controller.new, right? Now we need to take care of feature providers. So feature provider that we have is get products. So get products provider is equal to, it's going to be of type feature provider. And then we need to provide the reference, and then inside here we are going to get the products. The products, we are going to get them from reference.watch products controller provider.notifier, right? And then we are just going to return products.get products, right? So we're getting these products from our product controller, right? So in this products controller, what we did is we created a product controller class that extends the async notifier, right? And then which takes in an async value, which is of type void. So if you know, with the new Riverpod, we use the build function, right? Instead of like making a constructor, our build function is going to be of async value of void. Inside our build function, we then set our product repository to our product repository provider that we got from product repository class, right? We then return the async value.data, which is of type now, since we have a void, right? Now we have created this feature method for creating products, right? Which is going to just await the product repository, and then we create our product. And then if we have an error, we're going to show a snake bar with an error. And then if we have a success, we are going to display the message to the user, right? The same that we did with our update product, right? It's the same as the create product. And then with the get products by ID, we are just going to await the product repository.get products by ID, right? If there's an error, we're going to show that error. Otherwise, we are just going to return the product. In this case, it's going to be now, since if the product is deleted, we cannot return it. So it's going to be of type void, right? And then this is the get products by ID, right? So it will return the product. With the delete product by ID, we are just going to await the product repository, and then we delete products, right? If we have an error, we're going to display that error. If it's a success, we are going to just return that we are going to return a void, since the deleted product won't be returned because it will be deleted, right? And then we are going to get the products. With the get products, we are going to await product repository.get products, and then we use a switch statement for our response. Since our response has two states, since our response is of type up failure, and it's going to return an up failure and a list of product, right? That's why we use a switch statement, and then we provide left. If we have an error, we're going to throw that error. If we have a success, we are going to return the list of products. As you can see, R is of type list of products, and then L, you can see L is of type of up failure, right? So that's it for our product controller. So now let's move on to creating the user interface for our application. Okay guys, now we are moving on to creating our user interface. Now we are done with the product controller and the product repository. So let me just make sure that I close the files, right? And then let's create another folder called widgets, right? So inside this widget folder, I'm going to create another called product card.dat, right? So the user interface that we are going to create is we are going to create this user interface right here, right? So now it's going to be a stateless widget of type product card. Right? And then we need to make sure that it takes in the product model, then product. So let's get rid of this constant, right? And then we need to pass it as a parameter to our constructor, which is going to be required this dot product, like this. Okay. Now we are just going to return a card, right? So let's return a card, and then the child is going to be a column, and then we are going to provide the children inside the card. So I need to provide image.metric. Then product.full image path, right, like this. And then let's give it a height. Let's give our image a height of 1.8, and then a width of 1.8, and then fit. It's supposed to be box fit.fill. Okay, like this. And then we need to provide the next. We need to display text. So now our text is going to be product.title. Okay, and then let's style it. Provide text style, and then let's give it a font size of 10. Font size of 10, and then let's also give it like a font weight. Font weight .w500, like this, right? And then let's just, and then also need a padding, because we are just going to display the price, right? So we need a row, and then children, Then let's make sure that the main axis alignment is main axis alignment dot space between. Then it's going to be main axis alignment dot space between, like this, right? Okay. And then text. Then we're just going to product dot price to string, and then we need to style it text style. Then the color is going to be colors. We are going to use a black color, and then font size goes to 18. And then font weight goes to font weight dot bold, like this, right? And let's copy this. And then let's change it to colors dot green. Let's change it to W600. This one also, let's change to W600. And then we also need a decoration. So the decoration is going to be text decoration dot line through. Okay, like this, right? So that's it for our product card, right? But we also, if you check from our user interface, we also need this delete icon, right? So to put this delete icon, I'm simply going to wrap this with a column, and then I'm going to change this to a stack widget, right? With a stack widget. Now below our card here, what we are going to do is we need a positioned widget, and then the top, from the top, want just 0 pixels from the top, and then from the right we also need 0 pixels, right? And then our child here is going to be a container, right? So this container now is going to, we are going to provide decoration, box decoration, and then we need a shape. The shape is going to be box shape dot circle, right? And then we also need a color, which is going to be colors dot black. Okay, like this. And then I repeat the constant. The height of the container is going to be 40. The width is going to be also 40. Width is going to be also 40, like this, right? And then we need to provide the child for the container. So the child for the container is going to be an icon. So this icon is going to be a delete icon, like this, right? Size, we are going to provide size of 30. And then color, the color of the icon is going to be colors.white, like this. Now that we are done, let's wrap this with a constant right here, right? And then what we need to do is with this, right, we need to wrap this padding, right? So let's put padding here, padding across the container, padding, and then we need to wrap this padding with a gesture detector, right? So let's wrap it with a gesture detector. And then on tape, or the on tape function, right, what we need to do is so now we need to modify our stateless widget. So let's just get rid of this stateless, and then we just use consumer widget. Because now what we want to do is we want to consume Riverpod providers. right? And then we just need to provide a widget reference. So this will allow us to read or watch providers, right? So inside our position widget, what we simply need to do is ref.read. Now we're going to read products controller provider dot notifier, right? Dot notifier, and then dot delete products by ID, and then product dot product ID. We are going to specify the product dot product ID, and then we have the context here. Okay, so now we are done with this product card. Now we need to move on to our product screen, right? Now we need to move on to our home screen, right? To our home screen. So inside our home screen, what we simply need to do is let's get rid of this elevated button and then this center widget here inside our body. Let's get rid of this. And then what we need here is we need to modify a consumer widget. Okay, we already have that. And then what we need is we need to get our products, find our products. Products is going to be equal to reference.watch. So we are going to watch get products provider, right? We are going to watch the get products provider, right? And then for our scaffold, we have a floating action bar, floating action button on pressed, and then we need a child for this floating action button, right? So the child is going to be an icon, and then it's going to be icons dot edit like this, right? Then provide a constant, right, like this. And then we also need an up bar, and then we need a auto imply leading. This goes to false, and then we also need a title. So the title is going to be a constant of type text, and then text is going to be products. And then we are just going to style it with our text style, right? And then font size, our font size is equal to 18. And then give me a font weight of bold. Okay, now that we are done for our body, now what we need to do is we're going to say products dot when, right? So here when we get our data, we're going to pass in the data as the argument like this, and then we need to provide an error and then stack trace, an error and a stack trace like this, which is going to return an error. So we should have an error under utils. So under utils, let's create an error text. Error text. Do that. So it's going to be a stateless widget like this, right? And then it's going to be error text, and then it's going to take in a string of type error. Let's get rid of this constant like this, and then let's return center, and then a child of type text, which is going to take in the error like this. And then we also need a loader. Loader.dat stateless widget also. Then I'm just going to call it a loader. So this loader is just going to return center child secular progress indicator like this. Alright, now we are good to go. Let's go back to our home screen. So here, if we have an error, we're going to display it inside our error text, then which is going to be an error.toString. For the loader, we just want to return a loader, which is going to display a secular progress indicator, right? Like this. Okay. Now here we need to return a refresh indicator, right? So for the refresh indicator to work, right, what I'm just going to do is we need to provide on refresh, right? So on refresh, what we are just going to do is we are just going to return reference dot refresh. So this is going to refresh our data from our products dot future, from our get products provider, right, dot future. Yeah, it's going to refresh that, right? Then what else do we need is we need a child. So for this child, what we need to return is a grid view dot builder, right? Grid view dot builder, and then we need a sliver with fixed cross axis count, right? The cross axis count is going to be 2. It's going to be fixed to 2. We need a cross axis spacing is 2, and then the child aspect ratio is going to be 2/3, right? And then I'm going to wrap this with a constant like this, right? Wrap it with a constant like this. And then for the item builder, now the item builder is going to take in a context and an index. Context, index like this. And then it's going to return a gesture detector, right? And this gesture detector, right, what we are just going to return is on tap, which we are going to handle that later. On tap, then a child. The child is going to be the product card. The product card, and then the product card is going to take in the data and then index like this, right? So now that we are done with this, now let's save, and then let's try to run it on our emulator and let's see if we are getting any results. Okay guys, now that our emulator is running, we can check and see the results. So as you can see, we are having a range error, right? So this range error is due to the fact that we didn't specify the item length inside our grid view, right? So you need to specify the item count. The item count is supposed to data.length, right? So now if I refresh our application, now you can see that it's appearing, but now you can see that the image is not appearing, right? The reason why the image is not appearing is that if you go into our backend, right, inside our backend that we created last time, you should make sure that we are using static files, right? So we should make sure that we put a middleware to tell our backend that we are using this uploads, right? Uploads as a static file, and then we just tell it that we are going to be using express.static, right? And then inside the static, we are just going to use uploads, right? Uploads like this. So now once we do this, if I refresh now our mobile, if we refresh now our mobile application, you should see that our image must be displayed. Right, let's see what's causing that. Okay, so let's just stop and then let's run it again. Like, let's run the emulator again. So we are still getting the same error. Let me check with our backend what's going on. Okay, so I think what we need to do is inside our backend, like, let's try to, we have the uploads folder, uploads, it's uploads, express.static uploads, right? So we are running on port 4000 course. So let me try to rerun our server. Right now our server is running again. Then let's try to reload our application. Right, as you can see, I think we are still getting an error, but we are not getting our image, right? Okay, let's see what's the problem with loading images. It's saying uploads dot is not found image provider. So let's go inside our product card. It's supposed to be full image path iPhone 16 plus .jpg, right? Then let's go into our app config. Then it's supposed to be 127.0.0.1 4000/ then plus our image. So now everything is correct. Now what I don't know is why we are still getting this. So let's try to just delete it, and then if we refresh, you can see that we no longer have this product because we have deleted it, right? So now what I'm going to do is we are going to move on to the AddScreen, right? Because now we want to add our products. AddScreen.dat, like this. So this is going to be a stateful widget because we are going to be using AddScreen. It's supposed to be add product. Add product. Add product, like this. Add product. Now what we need here inside this file is we need an image file, label image. We also need a title, which we are going to get from our text editing controller. And then we need a description, which we are going to get from our text editing controller. We also need the price, which we are going also to get from our text editing controller. And then we also need an old price. And then we need a global key for our form key. Which is going to be a global key, right? And then we need to dispose these. We need to dispose these controllers if they are no longer in use. right? So we just dispose title.dispose description.dispose, and then price.dispose, and then also the odd price.dispose. Okay, and then we are going to create a method for picking up the image from our memory phone, right? Async. Then we are going to use a try catch block, and then final image is equals to await. And then we are going to use an image picker. So image picker, it's a library, image picker library. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say Flutter pub add image picker. Okay, now we have added image picker inside our pubspec.yaml file. Okay, let's import it, and then image picker, and then we are going to pick the image. The source is going to be our gallery. And then image quality, let's just put it at 20. And then we are going to check if the image is equals to null. So if the image is equals to null, we're just going to just return. Right, if the image is not equal to null, now we are going to store it into our temporary variable, right, which is of type file, and then we are going to provide image.path of the image, right? So let's just import that.io, right? And then we need to set state, right? So to set our state, we are going to say this.image is equals to the image above, right? And then we need to make sure that we catch some exception, platform exception, right? We are going to catch an exception E, and then we just throw failed to pick image. Failed to pick image, like this. Okay, so now we are done with pick image, right? Now we need to move on to our UI, right? So now we just need to use consumer here, consumer stateful widget. Then let's import Flutter Riverpod. Then make sure that this is a consumer state, and then also this is also a consumer state. Right? Now once we are done with this, inside our build method, I'm going to say final add products is equal to reference.read, and then products controller provider.notify, right? And then we are just going to leave it like this, and then let's return, we are going to return a scaffold within a bar, and then a bar is going to have a title. It's going to be add product. We are going to give it like a style, which is texture. We give it a font size of 20, and then a color. The color is going to be black, and then the other thing that we provide is the font weight. Just go to font weight and bold. And let's just make sure that this is a constant, right? And then now we have a body. So now for the body, it's going to be a single child scroll view. And then the child of the single child scroll view is going to be a form. And then our form is going to take in a key or form key, right? And then the child is going to be a column. And then we are just going to provide children inside this column, right? And then we are going to have another column, right? So this column is going to have children, and then we are going to have center widget, right? Center widget, and then the child of this center widget. And then we are just going to check if image is not equal to null. So that if the image is not equal to null, we are just going to display image.file, right? Image.file, and then we are just going to provide the image file. Then we give it a height of 150 and then a width of 150, like this. Otherwise, if this image is equal to null, what we are going to do is we are going to use image.asset. So we're going to say assets, and then icons, and then now I'm just going to grab a file from my downloads, right? An image file from my downloads. So I'm just going to grab this one. I'm just going to copy this one. And then let's go back to our, and inside our root folder, right? Inside our root folder, we need to create assets, right? Inside our assets, we need to create a folder called icons, like this, right? And then in our pubspec.yaml, let's go and then let's change this to assets. And then below this, we are just going to say assets / icons dot, like this, right? And then inside our icons folder, we need to review it in Finder. So review in Finder, icons, let's paste the icon. So I'm just going to rename it to image icon, image icon.png, right? So let's go back to our Flutter project, and then I'm just going to say image icon.png, like this. Let's give it also a height of 150 and also a width of 150. All right, so we are done with the image part, right? But for the image part now, we need also to let's wrap this center widget, right? Let's wrap this image file, right, with a gesture detector. So let's repeat with the widget. The widget is going to be gesture detector. And then on tap, when we tap, what we want to do is we want to pick our image from memory like this. Right, now we are done with this part. Then let's make sure that we put a semicolon below. We are done with the image part. Right, let's move on to, and then I think we are not yet done yet. Slightly below this center widget, what we need is that we just need to display text. And this text is going to be pick product image. And then the style is going to be a text style. Font size is going to be 20, and then the font weight is going to be font weight dot bold. Okay, like this. Right, now we're done with this. Let's move on to our text form field. So I'm just going to use a text form field, and then the first thing is we need a keyboard type, which is going to be text input type text input type dot text, right, like this. And then the next thing that we need is on changed. So inside our onChanged, what we need to do is we need to text in a value. And then we are just going to say title.text is equal to value, right, like this. And then we need to decorate it. So decoration, input decoration. Inside our input decoration is going to take in a border. Output input border. And then border radius is going to be border radius dot circular 2, like this. And then we also need a hint text. So the hint text is going to be a text. Okay, it doesn't take in, let's just say product title. And then the next thing is we need to validate our validator. It's going to take in a value. And then inside our validator, what we are going to check? We are going to check if the value is empty. Then we are going to return project title cannot be empty. This, and then we are just going to return null. Okay, like this. And then we need to apply padding to this, and then we need also to make sure that we have a controller our controller is going to be title. And then let's repeat with the padding widget. Let's copy this. Let's paste it below. Let's change this to description. Description. Product description. and then product description. Let's paste it below again. Let's change it to price. Price, and then price.text, product price. And then product price also. And then let's paste it below, and then now we need to change it to old price. Old price. Now we are done with this. Now what we need to do is we need to create an elevated button, right? So below this padding, we are just going to create a sized box of width 300 and then a height of 60. And then the child is going to be elevated button. Okay, now on the elevated button we need an onPressed method. So when this is pressed, what we're going to do is add products dot create products, and then the image is going to be our image label. Then the title dot text. Also I have description dot text. And then double dot pass here, and then price dot text, and then here also we need a double dot pass, and then old price dot text like this, and then leave it like this. Now the child going to be upload product. Okay, make sure it's a constant, and then we need to style this button. So let's style it, and then we're going to style it on elevated button dot style from. Right, and then the background color is going to be colors.black like this. Okay, now that we are done with this, method. Now what we need to do is let's go inside our product card. So inside our product card, what to make sure is let's go to our product screen, home screen, right? Inside our floating action button, what we want to do is navigator dot push, and then the route is going to come from material page route, and then our builder is going to take in a context as a parameter, and then we are just going to return our add products screen like this. And then let's make sure that it's a constant. All right, so now let's reload, and then let's try to add a product. Okay, so before we do that, if you're using iOS, right, you need to make sure that inside your info.plist, if you go into our iOS folder, there are some permissions that you must add, right? There's a permission that you must add to access the camera. So what we do is let's go inside our iOS folder, runner, and then info.plist right here, and then below this true we need to just paste in this key ns library usage with a string photo library access warning, right? So that it gives the user some sort of like ask the user some sort of permission, like, right? So somehow it's not. Okay, so let's go back inside our AddScreen. I think I made a typo somewhere. Inside this gesture detector. Okay, so I see what mistake I made here. So let's remove this widget, right? And then let's wrap this image is equals to now, or this item with a widget, right? And then this widget is going to be a gesture detector. Okay, now on tape, and then we'll pick image. We just need to pick image, right, like this, right? So let me reload. Let's see. So somehow the pick image is not working. I don't know why. Let's see. An ended exception failed to pick image. So it might be an exception with our image picker. Let's see if I made a mistake. If I know image is equals to await image picker dot pick image dot source is equals to gallery image quality. If image is equals to now, we return image temporary is equals to set this dot image is equals to image temporary. Okay, everything is okay, but I think it's because I think we need to stop and rerun our emulator again. And okay, so I have restarted the application, so let's see. Okay, now we can allow full access, right? Then we can pick this image, and then we are going to say Xbox. Product description. Let me just grab some dummy text from lorem ipsum. So let me just paste in some dummy text here. Allow paste, and then the price, let's just say $900. Old price, let's just say 1,200, and then let's upload the product. And then it's saying that we are missing a field. So it's saying that we are missing a field. So let's go back to our product model. Let's check which field are we missing. So now what I'll do is let me just restart the server. Yeah, and then let's go to our Flutter project. It might be a typo inside our AddScreen, right? So all our fields here, it's going old price to text, old price, and then price to text. description and then title, then everything is there. Everything is there. So let's restart and let's see. Xbox. For the description 900, and then let's just say 1200. Then let's upload it, saying you have a missing field. Let's see which field are we missing in. Okay, so let's go back to our product controller. I think I know what's going on. Is that our product controller, right? Is that our create? We should remove is available. Remove this one. Is available, right? So let's just remove it and just leave it like that. That's why we're getting that error, because we don't necessarily need is available. So now let's try again. Product created successfully. Now our product has been created successfully. If we reload, you can see now we have our product. But now we have a problem whereby we are not getting the product image. That's the thing that I must fix, right? So inside, I need to check our backend, because the problem it might be with our nodejs. So let's go inside our backend here, and then inside the server.js, we already specify the static app.use express.static. Okay, so what might be the problem? We need body parser, express. We need extended URL is equals to true. Express.json is equals to true. Uploads. Okay, so I think this static method must be run before our our products, right? So let's try to refresh. So let's try to then npm start. And then let's try to refresh. Okay, so now I need to know why are we not uploads. This is our uploads folder, express.static uploads. Now everything is okay. So let's see the error. What error are we getting from this? What error are we getting from the images? It's saying that image provider network http dot 6000 image key network image. It's not being found, I think. Okay, so let me check. Image.network. So let's go back. The product card. Image.network for image path, which is correct. Feedbox.view. Now what's going on? Image http.imagepika. Scale 1 0. So why are we not getting any? There must be a fault with this. Okay, so I managed to locate the error. The error was caused by the fact that the URL to the server was wrong. So this is supposed to be the URL http semicolon / 127.0.0.1 4000 and then // okay. So if you don't put this URL correctly, this URL will end up, the image network will not be able to locate the URL, right? So if I reload our project, you can see that we have the image is now being displayed, right? So we can try also to add another image. So let's add another image. Let's add another product. And then product description, let me just grab some dummy text from Lorem Ipsum. And then the product price is going to be 1,200. So let's get rid of the text. I don't know why it's failing to, I'm not able to input the data. Okay, so let's select the image. So let's just call it MacBook Pro M1. And then for the product description, I'm just going to grab like a dummy text from Lorem Ipsum. And then I'm going to allow, and then the product price is going to be 1,200. That's new price. And then the old price, let's just say 1,350. Now, if I click upload, you can see that our product has been created successfully, but it's not appearing here. So what we need to do is we need to pull so that our refresh indicator, now you can see now we now have another product. So let's add another one. Okay. iPhone 16 Pro Max. And then let's grab some description again from Lorem Ipsum. And then 1,400. And then old price is going to be 1,500. Okay, let's upload it. And then let's pull our refresh indicator. You can see that our product is up here. And then if you want to delete the product, you can simply delete the delete icon, right? And then if we refresh, you can clearly see that that product is no longer appearing, right? So now for us to, we need to move on to the product details, right? So let's work on the product details. So now let's work on the product details. So let's work on the product details screen, right? So on the product card, so we have our home screen, right, like this. So inside our home screen, what we need to do is on our grid view, right? On our grid view, we need a gesture detector. So this gesture detector is going to lead us to the what? This gesture detector is going to lead us to the product details page, right? Then it's going to be navigator dot push, and then we are going to provide the material page route, and then for the builder we're going to take in the context. And then the context should retain our product detail screen. Our product details screen. Now let's create the product details screen. And then it's going to be a stateless widget. Product details screen like this. Okay, so let's go back inside our home screen. Let's import the product details screen. Right, now we need to pass in some arguments here. So we need to pass in the settings, which is going to be route settings. Route settings, and then the arguments, we're going to just pass in the data and then the index. The data and then the index, right, like this. Okay, now what we need to do is, now we need to move into our product details screen, and then let's work on it. So inside our product details screen, we need to return a scaffold widget. The scaffold is going to take in an bar, and then an bar, and then we need a title, and then type text. And then the title is going to be of product details. And then style, text style. And then we're going to provide a color, which is going to be black. And then font size of 18. And then font weight of bold. Okay, so let's wrap this with a constant widget. Let's make sure that it's a constant, right? And then another thing that we need to do is we need a body. And then a safe area, and then the child is going to be a single child score view, and then we are going to have a column. Right, we are going to have a column, and then main axis alignment, for the main axis alignment, we are going to have main axis alignment dot start. For the cross axis alignment, we are going to have cross axis alignment dot start also. And then for the children, what we need to do is we need an image.network. Image.network. So our network, so I forgot, inside our build folder, right, we need to get the arguments that we put inside our route settings, right? So I'm just going to call them a product, and then it's going to be modal route dot of context, modal route dot of context settings dot arguments, since we are getting from the arguments as product model. Alright, so inside our image network, what we need to do is we need to product dot full image path like this, and then let's give it a height of 200. And then let's also give it a width. Want it to fill the whole width, so we are going to use double.infinite. And then the next thing is the next thing that we need is a divider. So we need to use a divider. Thickness is going to be 1, and then the color is going to be black. Black like this. So if we reload our application and then we click on there, you can clearly see now we have this divider now, but let's add some padding because we don't want the divider line to be touching the end of this. And then you can see now we have some padding, and then let's wrap it with a constant right here. And then the next thing now that we are going to do is we need to display the title, right? So it's going to be text, and then it's going to be product.title, and then a style, and then it's going to be text style. The color is going to be colors.black. Colors.black, and then font size 20. Then font weight is going to be font weight.bold. Font weight bold, like this. Alright, so if we hot reload, you can see now it's hugging this, so we need to just wrap it with the padding widget like this. Now we have this. Now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy this divider and the text below, and then I'm just going to paste it below this. And then we are going to change the product.description, product.type to description, and then we change the font size to 15, and then we change the weight to W400 like this. Okay, and then let's copy the divider above, this divider above right here, and let's paste it below. Now what we need to do is we need a raw widget, children. Then we need a space between the children, so we are going to use main axis alignment dot space between, like this. Right, and then let's wrap this raw widget with a padding. Right, now we need some text. So the text is going to be product.price.toString. Then we need to provide a text style, color, which is going to be colors.black, and then a font size of 18, and then we need a font weight. And then the font weight is font weight W600, right? And then let's make sure that on the styling we just put this constant, and then let's copy this and let's paste it. And then now we need to change this to old price, and then so I need the old price to be cancelled, so I'm going to use a decoration which is going to be text decoration dot length, like this, right? So now if we hot reload our application now, you can clearly see now when I have the product details, right? Product details, clearly see your product details right here. So that was it, guys, for today. We are left with editing the products. So that one I will make another video. That will be a video for another day because this video is getting too long. So I'm just going to split it into another video whereby we'll edit the product using a put request, right? Thanks for watching, guys. Cheers. So make sure you click on the like and then the subscribe button so that you don't miss any of my videos.